Kids, I'm late. Hello, Itzy. Hello there. Oh, but man, why is chat so far down? Holy. What the heck is that? Well, that's better. Not too much better, but better, I guess. Hello, hello, hello. As usual, the reaction stream. I'm gonna watch horrible things today. Or maybe more chill things. Where's my water, actually? I just realized. There it is. There it is. There it is. I got water. Oh my god, this is so cold. This is so cold. Oh my god. I'm gonna die. Oh my god, this is cold. Okay, 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 okay. Yep. The regular thing. We're gonna react today a lot and prepared a couple of videos. I don't even know if all scenes are active and if everyone's chat is same. It's gonna be very interesting to see. Huh. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I just think we'll just switch the scene. I had a pretty normal day. It's snowing again. Chat, it's snowing again. Not again. Why is it snowing again? Anyways, let's switch to the. Is this the reaction stream? Or does this actually might be this? Why is the chat so? Actually here. Well, that's not what I want. Hold up, wait a minute. I need to turn these off. I can also turn off the music. Technically. Now it works. Dude, what is this? Everything is so weird. Where's chat here? I don't even... Where's chat in the middle? What the heck? J2? Bro, he's making the J's. What the heck is that even? Why does chat look so weird? I didn't change that much. What happened? I think like this might be fine. Kind of. Why am I so big? Don't need to be this big. Now I need to check how this looks actually. Okay. This is when I'm zoomed in. That's actually fine. More or less? More or less. Maybe I'll move up chat a little bit. Let's try. Let's try. Yeah, let's try. Yeah, that is fine. That is fine. That is fine. That is very fine. Why do you want to put your bolt in a not so bad? What are you even talking about? It has nothing to do with... It has nothing to do with fucking... Leave me alone, you mortal! Jesus Christ. This man is at my limits. Okay, I think that works, kind of. Not really. Actually, let me look how it looks on a not on my screen, but like if somebody watches how that looks. Yeah, that's actually fine. Never mind. That's okay. Looks fine. Looks fine to me. Okay, then I can just need to turn some things on and off. I don't even need chat in this one. I need to turn the soundtrack up. Why do you want it specific? Why not just take one from the basement? Why do you want it specifically from your wife? Because I want biological children? Bro, that's not too difficult to understand. You walking fish tank. That's not too difficult. Also, I think I'm gonna turn off viewers because that looks kind of distracting. That looks distracting. Okay, now again. Let me look how that looks. Because I'm streaming with OBS again, so kind of chaotic. That's why it's kind of chaotic. Is what it is. It's not that difficult. Yeah, that looks fine. Then you want to put the ball in the nut? Obviously, because how am I gonna get my own biological child? Are you stupid today? What did you take? Did you take some drugs or something? What did you smoke? What the heck are you talking about? This is going on for too long. This has been going on for too long. I had enough. I had enough. We're gonna react. We're gonna react to... Actually, need to get out. Because I don't know the channel name. We're gonna react to... Then why did you say it has nothing... It has nothing specifically to do with that! It is not specifically that! Also, hello, Korzik. Oh, man. This is so dumb. Yeah. Now I'm gonna react because this man is holding me off. We're gonna react to Dating Women Made Me Understand Men by Anna Akana. I don't know. I don't think she does. I don't think she does. That's gonna be the result of it. I don't think she will, but we'll see. We'll see. I guess we can see. Also, as usual, tell me if it's too loud, that then I can turn it down. But we'll see. We'll see. Yeah, I always listen to let lo-fi music start at the beginning. Let's go. Let's get in. What a horrendous. What a horrendous. What is what a horrendous revelation she's gonna have when she realizes, hey, this shit is not easy. Should date men to understand women? Nah. You can do that though. You like that apparently. How do you have 653 YouTube notifications? I don't want. I have a lot of people that I'm subscribed to. I don't just watch everything. How dare you? What does it mean I came out as bisexual yesterday? She just randomly decided, oh, I like women too. A rare breed of woman. I really wonder how women, how lesbian women, you know, obviously lesbian women. What else would be a lesbian? How lesbians, um, meet each other? Cause like, who's gonna make the first move? Are you just gonna stare at each other? I always wondered how that works. The most I've ever had is 6. Apparently you don't watch that many people. Sis did not get out. The fake let me reach for my purse move. I hate it here. Man, I wonder if she's lesbian too. True. They look at each other. Are you gay? Or in this case, bisexual, but in general, are you gay? This is wild. Also, you're the man in the relationship. You're the man. If she wants you to pay, you're the man in the relationship. Say that, you're a lesbian girl, me too, Drake. The water will be sniffing. The waiter will be sniffing it. True.
Nice. I was all heard from her again.
She got the full dose of man. Oh, that's wild. She got actually the full dose. She paid for the date. She paid for the date. Did not get a thank you, because again, it is expected. And then third of all, she got ghosted. The full entire program, the full dose. That is wild.
It really made me feel like she just asked me out so she could have a free dinner. And the moment I thought that, I was like, oh my.
Yes! Yes! True! Yes! The amount of times I had the feeling that just a chick wanted to get a free dinner is insane. She got rejected by dudes, now the ladies too. True! Yes! This is how it feels, huh? How does your own medicine how does your own medicine taste? Kind of situation. Hello, Stormtrooper. Hi, how you doing? Hope you're doing good. King cares about this shit. I don't care if you have like 3 tons of makeup on your face. Most dudes don't care about this stuff. For some reason, my ex usually paid. Wow, that's a rare one. She never let me. Not good, bro. Explain. I would like to hear. Nobody cares about that. Just look decently. We don't need 10 tons of makeup. Remember that I said my Wi-Fi is not good? Okay. What happened? I'm curious. Average. Average, she has a woman moment. She doesn't. You understand men in the sense that they get rejected, but you still don't understand what men really want. Typical. Very typical. Also, we're not dual casting, because I'm gonna set up Twitch properly. This water is so heckin' cold. It's disgusting. This is disgustingly cold. Bad. The thing is, like, I talk with women already, like, before we go on a date. So if she did that, I be kind of into it, actually. Kind of. What's the equivalent to being wifed up? Husband up? I don't know. After okay, because they use my Wi-Fi, that's why I'm in a bad problem. I don't think that you should punch your siblings because of the Wi-Fi. But again, I don't know how bad the situation was. I need more context. Tiago, hi, how you doing? I know you probably don't understand, but hello, hi, how you doing? Even my siblings use ruler. Oh my god, that's why I got a bruise. Oh no. Ow. What the heck? Why a ruler? Well, who punched first? Who hit you first? Ah, I assume you hit first. Then they hit back. Your sibling hit back. Oh no! Oh no! No! She really got the full dose. She really got the full dose. She actually got the full dose. Oh, that's wild. That's wild. She got toxoned. I take a woman that likes food more than phone. True, true. Yeah, girls making out. No, girls making not making out. True. The big ruler. Ow. 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 The core problem is now She understands the problems after or while the date, but she does not still not understand the problems that arise before you even get to the date. No, you do not understand. Because you get dates. A lot of dudes don't get dates. I don't know about that. Yeah, it's expensive. True. I agree. But one was the Dutch one. I don't think, like, that has nothing to do with it, kind of. Understand men for what? She doesn't understand men. To be honest, she really doesn't. She understands some problems, but not the whole issue with dating currently. He almost did the knife way with the ruler. Oh my god! But at the same time, you should have also not punched your sibling in the stomach. You slap him across the face with the hand. Just kidding. I don't know. You can understand dudes by just looking at their bald scratching skills. What the heck, dude? That will be turned into a short. Oh man, nah. Now we get an ad. Yeah, that's a bad idea. Yeah. Yeah, it was. I should have never done that. True. Like, can't you just tell your parents or something? Or I don't know. Like, there needs to be a better solution than violence. Okay, so, she didn't understand shit. That's the first thing. Now go or go hug your sibling. True. She didn't understand shit. Kind of. She understood some problems, right? That like the not being appreciated for like paying or being ungrateful, like women saying they one thing and then doing another thing, and like yeah, some of the things she did understand, some of the things not really. It's kind of like she got the experience of what it feels like to date women, but does not get the experience of like meeting women. That's pretty much it. Now we got an ad. That's the end of the video. Yeah. Yo. That was a funny mini video. I like that. I like that. I do like that. Let me drink. Now this next one. Then become Vegeta. Gogeta's solos. Yeah, Gogeta solos. This next one was recommended by Deer.
He literally did some.
Yeah. This next one was recommended by. What the heck? Stop. Yep. This next one was recommended by Deer. Roblox YouTuber exposed for exploiting kids by August the Duck. Yeah. Curious. I'm curious what happened here. Let's get into it. Let's get into it. I'm scared.
He literally did some crazy crimes, and saying I'm doing this by YouTube videos that are not even sexual is crazy, okay? Today in Roblox Rivals, every time I get a kill, she has to take off one piece of clothing. Not
It's already horrible because I know Roblox is used by a lot of kids, so that's already like it's already over. Free Diddy, dude. I'm gonna free the world of Diddy, yeah.
even sexual.
Well guys, it all just keeps getting worse. Maybe I'm just being dramatic, but I feel like this year has been one of the worst years for YouTube content, and what we're talking about today is a big part of why I think that. People are getting weirder, guys. Never in my entire time on YouTube has there ever been a time like the present where I have seen such a large community of people who are comfortable with exploiting the worst parts of a child's curiosity for money. Now
True. We don't even need to look at like this, right? We can also just look at YouTube Kids. The Minecraft content, sexualized. Any other content, sexualized. It's so weird. It is so weird. You see? Yeah. Now I do see. Yeah. Horrendous. Want to know what type of biggest ruler he uses? Is it a metal ruler or is it a wooden? Hello, the brave one. Hi, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good. I don't know what its name, but I think it's the high precision one. Man, like I said, you should have never punched him to begin with.
we've talked about this a little bit before when we've talked about all the content farms on YouTube, more specifically all the comic dub stuff we've looked at, but this is a site-wide and genre-wide issue. No matter what niche you look at, no matter what community you explore, you will always find this aspect of online content creation present. However, as you would probably expect, there are certain genres of content in certain online communities where this issue is a much bigger problem than in others. And the communities where we see this the most are
Communities where we see this most are the communities where there's a lot of minors. That's usually how this goes. Yep, it's a metal. It's the metal. Ow! Ow! I did catch a wooden one once on my head, like a wooden ruler, but that's about it. I'm doing good. Thank you for asking. That's nice. That's nice. What about you? I'm doing pretty well. I'm doing pretty good. I don't know, man. Leave the kids alone. But it's not just weird, like, content-wise, right? It's also weird when we look at, like, content creators. This is the year of the child diddler. There have been so many people exposed for being predators. It is insane.
and stick with me here for a moment. Communities of games that have an online aspect to them, whose player base is mostly children, but also has a significant amount of adult players. I know that's a mouthful, and I could have just said Roblox, but it's not just Roblox, and I wanted to reflect that. However, today we are focusing on a Roblox content creator who recently proved, among many other things, that they are just as weird as their content makes them out to be. Now, if you're unfamiliar with the name Kobe Blocks, don't worry, that just means you're normal up until
Yep. I'm only familiar to that because Theo told me. That's the only reason why I'm familiar with this. Is this... I think we can rename it, right? It's not no longer Roblox, it's Horblox. What is this? What are these thumbnails? What is this? What the heck? He's doing this for way longer.
Till a few days ago, I had no idea who this guy was either. Basically, all you need to know is that this is a guy who makes Roblox
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
content that is obviously for children, that boils down to being nothing more than softcore pornography
12.
for, you know, kids. Now, I'm pretty sure saying that phrase into a recording microphone has probably got me put on a list somewhere.
True! Chat, I'm also on a list now. Yeah, him. 12 videos for this shit. Yeah, this motherfucker. Put them on a list. Go check out Corey's channel. You will see how bad it is. I don't want to have that in my search.
So, that's cool. But this loser was recently called out on Twitter for making this degenerate fucking content, and yesterday, as of recording this, he responded to it. Now, this response is one of the worst responses we've ever looked at on this channel, and if you've been
Can't be much worse than the ukulele chick. At least, okay, well, at least that was funny. I'm just gonna play some Plant vs. Zombie to cure my sadness. This is a very big bad hurt. Do that, shut off a little bit, and then you're gonna feel better, and maybe your little brother or sister also calms down. I hope. See ya. Bye bye. Take care. By the way, Pokey, just in case you reach 1K before your next video, I would like to congratulate you in advance. Congratulations. Well, I'm not quite there yet, right? I'm not quite there yet. I'm working on it, but we're not quite there yet. Good morning, Pokey. How are you today? I'm doing pretty good. What about you? How are you doing?
watching this channel for a while, you know that we've looked at some stinkers, so saying that really means something. And before we take a look at this weirdo's justification for making videos where he has a porn star take off her clothes for his child audience, I want to show you guys a couple of his videos, just so you can see what we're dealing with. So, let's not waste any more time, let's begin. Please subscribe.
Today,
I'm scared. I am so scared. I don't want to see this. I'm so scared. You mean Colleen Ballinger? Who is that? I don't know. Who's that?
in Roblox Rivals, every time I get a kill, she has to take off one piece of clothing. Nova, are you ready to do this?
I am ready for round 2.
You ready for round 2? People are literally begging for this video, so let's do it, Nova, and I'm gonna make you strip again.
Wait, what's in it for me again this time? Did we ever come up with something?
Every time you win a game, you get $100.
Okay. Let's go. I'm getting rich.
Brother, what's that? Brother. What is this? The toxic gossip train girl? Who?
And I'm gonna keep playing you till I make you strip fully, Nova. I don't care. I have to do it this time. People are begging me.
Okay, so I'm sure you guys can tell already. If you can't, don't worry. Kobe's gonna explain all of this in detail later. But this is obviously content for adults, right? This editing style, the titles, the thumbnails, a guy screaming in your face the second the video starts. These are definitely not tactics that historically draw in young viewers, and
Yeah, we have the pretty loud, right? It's pretty loud. We have the quick edits, right? We have zoom ins, we have just like all over the place. This is clearly targeted towards children. I am scared. I'm good myself. Woke up about 15 minutes ago, had some breakfast, and my body actually allowed me to sleep in today. Okay, good. That's good to hear.
to keep him around. Now, Kobe, if you're watching this, I really wouldn't expect you to understand sarcasm, so just so you know, I'm not being serious. The fact that you're gonna try and defend this shit as not made for children is just unbelievably laughable, because I mean, within 30 seconds of your video, dude, you've all
The girl who apologized for grooming kids by singing with a ukulele. Now I know more context about the ukulele apology.
already shown your hand. You've already proven you know what's going on here. This girl he has taking off her clothes, which by the way, I think she's just as bad as this guy, if not even worse, since, you know, she's the one stripping, has an OnlyFans. Now, don't take this out of context, okay? Don't you fucking dare. But I went to go look at her OnlyFans for scientific purposes only.
We do not believe you. We do not believe you. Some meat has been beat.
Just to see how much it costs. It's $9.99 a month. A fully grown adult who really, really wants to see somebody naked that bad that they would end up begging for it in your comment section is just gonna go drop the 10 fucking bucks. You know who doesn't have $10 on hand? Or maybe doesn't have a way to subscribe to a porn site even if they did have the $10? Children. That's why children are begging you in your comment section for more of these videos.
At a time, there was a time when Netflix was less expensive than looking at a woman's body. $9.99. Imagine having that much I don't even know what to say here. Imagine not having that much of a human value. You sell yourself for $9.99. Horrendous. Whore.
Because they can't see this shit any other way. Now these two brainiacs go back and forth for a while in these videos. Now I would imagine they know that nobody watching these videos gives a single shit.
The feet bros will be happy. We saw feet. Do you know about Sonichu? That sounds familiar. That does sound familiar. By scientific reason, I will never do that. Also, I think Raven would kill me. Morning, everyone. What are we watching today? Also, the post talking about your dog didn't appear on my community tab. Really? That's weird. Huh? It should be there. It should be there. We are watching a Roblox YouTuber exploiting kids by making a prostitute strip. Sonichu Christian, now I know what you're talking about. Now I do.
Shit about anything that they're saying, so they really just talk about nothing for most of the video, and then she'll get sniped or something and she has to take off an article of clothing. I'll show you a few of the quote strips because at the end of the day, it's nothing like graphic. It's more the principle of what's going on here, and I mean it is still inappropriate for kids to be watching. I'll show you.
My t-shirt.
Oh, wait. What are you wearing under that t-shirt, Nova?
I guess you'll have to find out.
Hey, yo, let's go, bro. Oh my gosh, everyone spam a W in the comment section right now if you're hyped to see the end of this video, bro.
What the heck? Y'all think he's getting the, you know, the cat? Y'all think he's getting the cat? Cause I don't think so. Don't worry, most community posts from channels on my subscriptions tab aren't seen unless I click on the channel. I think it's just a YouTube thing. Could be. But yeah, y'all think he's gonna get the cat? Cause I don't think so. Look at that. Bro barely has a beard. Bro looks like he's getting no things. Sanji is the one who wears diapers and likes to cook them. Ew. He's getting a spanking by his dad, if he exists. Do you have an Instagram? No, I do not. No, I do not. That boy got a baby face. True, he got a baby face. Watch my silly videos. I will. It's always the baby face, motherfuckers. True. Feed me content. I will force feed you. I will mama bird it inside you.
Things are gonna get crazy.
T-shirt is off.
Let's go.
Okay, I'll take off my leggings.
Yo, leggings, bro. Wait, what are you wearing under those? Hey, yo. Everyone like and subscribe just for this clip right here, bro. Come on.
Okay, this is kind of crazy.
Those two have something. Those two have something that Johnny Somali does as well. A punchable face. Name of the channel. August the Duck. Did I read that correctly? Yeah, August the Duck.
I'm nervous. This is not good for me. Okay, shorts are off.
If I kill you after this, I'm...
It's nothing graphic. But, this is still inappropriate. There is no excuse that this isn't inappropriate or isn't sexual, because it is. Leave the kids alone, man.
I'm literally seeing everything, Nova.
Yeah, I will actually be naked if you win. Okay, shorts are coming off.
Let's go! Oh my gosh, bro, this is getting crazy.
Oh my god.
So as I'm sure you can tell, this is really refined content that is definitely intended for adults. I said I'd show you more than once, so I'll play a different video in the background now, but this is literally all it is. All of his videos are just this. He has this girl come onto the channel, and he has her take her clothes off in various ways while they're playing Roblox. His last 11 uploads straight have been nothing but this, with every single comment section.
Is it just me or just want to take? Do I want to take both of them? You know, let them wear heavy knight armor and then chuck them chuck them into a lake or something, never to return. Horrendous.
Being flooded with what are obviously children's accounts, with the most replayed sections of every single video being a woman taking off some leggings to reveal what appear to be athletic shorts. Really hardcore stuff that the average adult male is just gonna go crazy for. Now, with all that in mind, let's look at this loser's response to being called out for this on YouTube and Twitter.
So,
Especially then, since he said it's gonna adults that are gonna watch that. I'm pretty sure that most adults know the way to the hub. I'm pretty sure. So no. You can join his Roblox games and make him rage in FPS games. Revenge! I hope that people are just gonna specifically target him. Only him. That'd be so funny.
got cancelled, and let me explain why. It all started with this cornball right here, Steak I think he's called. He made many live streams about me. Here's one of them. I mean, he is literally the biggest glazer I've ever seen in 2024. But you might be wondering, why am I getting all this hate? I mean, what have I done? I don't really know.
Bro is not Keemstar. Why am I still getting hate? That's horrendous. They are awesome based.
I can explain what they say. So obviously most of you guys have probably seen my videos. I am making clickbait. Okay, I'm making clickbait. Yeah, I'm clickbaiting on my videos. So obviously most of you guys have seen my videos. I mean, they're just normal Roblox videos with my friend Nova.
30 seconds in and not a single sentence this guy has said has made any sense whatsoever. First of all, calling a guy who's hating on you a glazer? Yeah, dude, that's not what that word means. Then,
yeah, glazing means hyping somebody up. Saying like, Deer is awesome, Deer is the best, and like... I'm just picking you as an example. But yeah, you are awesome. But still, he does not know the meaning of glazing. The worst part is that Roblox does actually have worlds that were made with love, that respect the audience, such as the one made for the Wing Feather Saga and Warriors. Yeah, this is their legacy. Yeah, true, kind of. Kind of. It kind of really... That's just facts, not glaze. True. It's I don't know. Because of these people, Roblox will always be known as a platform for like where weird shit is happening. It's odd.
acknowledging that you make shitty clickbait videos and acting like it's surprising that people don't like that. Then you say that your videos where you have strip 1v1s on Roblox are just normal run-of-the-mill Roblox videos. Really, dude? Come on, man.
And I get a lot of hate for it because Nova has her own personal life and does certain things that people don't agree with, but in return people are saying I'm promoting stuff that she does.
Hey, man, so I don't know if you're just acting dumb.
Is he? I think he's not acting dumb. He knows exactly what he's doing. He knows exactly what he's doing. Truth be told, if you make videos with somebody that does that, you're also promoting it. Sorry to tell you that. I mean, I'm not bragging or anything. That's usually when people start bragging, by the way. I knew how to look up free adult content when I was 7. That is not a good thing. I was 18 when I was 7. He knows he's dumb, true. To both of those.
or if this is like a real thing for you. But no, people aren't mad at you because Nova has a personal life they don't agree with. They are mad at you because you're having an OnlyFans model strip on your channel that is watched only by children, which, by the way, is the textbook definition of promoting it. They are the videos that you are choosing to make and tie your name to. You can't really promote something any more than that.
I've in no way ever promoted it. I once linked her streaming. I've never promoted any other stuff. I promoted a kick link once and I deleted it because people said it wasn't good to do and I deleted it. But ever since then, I've still been getting hate. And a lot of people are saying my videos are not allowed on YouTube, but I can quickly disprove that. So if we search up Rice Gum and we just go on his most popular videos, you can see, I mean, look, all these same ideas I'm doing, Rice Gum did 6 years ago, and it's been done ever since.
Oh, well, if Rice Gum
Is just me or does that guy switch between American and British accent? Could be, true, could be, kind of. I don't know. Maybe he's just like a British guy living in the United States. Could be. Exactly, he knows that he's dumb. Yeah, it's also like, hey, if that person can do it, I can do it as well. What kind of argument is that? Oh, I mean, if that person killed somebody, I can kill somebody as well. It doesn't matter, right? Somebody else did it as well. If others tell you it's safe to jump out of the window, will you jump as well? Because you should.
did it, then that means it's good, right? Like, seriously, I can't tell if this is an act or not, but this guy is genuinely using the argument of, well, other people did it, so that means it's fine. Like, no, dude, that's like never, ever been the case for anything.
And in a lot worse ways than me. And people are having the argument that I'm doing it on Roblox, so it's a lot worse. But we can easily disprove that because Roblox is literally having 17 plus games. I mean, all these, like bro, you can easily tell that Roblox is trying to cater to an older audience, and because I'm a Sigma, I realized that, and I thought, let me jump on the older audience.
I think I just died of cringe. Why do you call yourself a Sigma? What is this? What am I watching? Bro is not a Sigma. Bro is a walking L. Brags about not bragging. Woo! What is this? No! Roblox is not majorly at a 17 plus. And even 17-year-olds shouldn't see that, technically.
And get the bag, as you would say.
Okay, I can't give this guy the benefit of the doubt anymore. He's clearly not the brightest. So since Roblox had to implement some age restriction guidelines to prevent themselves from getting into trouble, this guy thinks they're pushing for an adult audience and not just for kids to lie about their age. Look, I know that Roblox has an adult player base, but let's be real, guys. They're not the majority. Numbers released by Roblox themselves report that 58% of their players are under 16 years old, and that's assuming that the other 42% is being completely honest about their age. And this guy is fully aware of that, but he thinks by saying, look, Roblox implemented...
Kids aren't honest about their age. 100%. Most of the time they aren't. If you want another good thing to react to, I recommend Facts About Slavery They Didn't Teach You in School by Thomas Sowell. I actually have that in my list because he told it to me before. Last Saturday, Sunday. I actually have that on the list.
A 17 plus feature, he's absolved of all responsibility for exploiting children for YouTube money.
But then again, Roblox still has a lot of younger kids on the platform, and I completely understand that. That's why I do some precautions to make sure they don't watch my videos, even though my videos have nothing wrong with them.
Wait, dude, what? If there's nothing wrong with your videos, why would you take precautions to prevent kids from watching them? You gotta pick one.
So if we go, alright, so this is the first video I've ever done on this style, and if we click details right here, and I scroll down, oh, wait a minute, is your video made for kids? I click no, it's not made for kids, because really young kids shouldn't be watching my videos. Not saying they should be like 18 plus, but I'm just saying really young kids definitely shouldn't be watching them because it's just not the type of thing a kid should watch. So anyone saying that I'm promoting this stuff to children is completely wrong. I've clicked not made for kids, and if you're gonna say, oh, that doesn't work, well, that's a YouTube problem, not me. Do not come at me for that.
Yeah, shut the fuck up, dude. I absolutely hate when people make this argument. Sure, there is some truth in saying that the whole not made for kids option by YouTube is completely pointless, and similarly to how Roblox added a 17+ option, it was only added by YouTube because they had to. However, acknowledging that you know that that button doesn't actually do anything to prevent kids from watching your videos, but
Yeah, first of all, it doesn't prevent kids from watching your videos. Second of all, Roblox is still targeted towards a younger audience, so it doesn't matter. That argument falls flat. What? There's no way you can justify this. But he does anyways. Fucking Rise Gun, bro. I forgot what dude existed. Yeah, would jump out of the window. Are you a few minutes back, bro? Just asking.
then using that as your defense for saying you try and prevent kids from watching your videos is pretty fucking stupid. Furthermore, acknowledging that you know that button does nothing, and continuing to make this content where you are exploiting children by taking advantage of their curiosities about certain things, you are proving that you are fully aware of what you're doing and who's watching your videos, therefore confirming that you're a giant fucking weirdo.
And YouTube has actually taken actions on my channel, so with all the drama and hate, the max they've ever done to me was limited ads. So on like 4 or 5 videos, they basically made it so I get paid less, but the
That makes no sense! That has nothing to do with the problem! I just realized that! Oh, that's wild. This has nothing to do with the problem! Nothing! The problem is that you are showing NSFW content to kids. That is it.
videos are still up, which literally proves YouTube allows this content, and everyone saying they don't is wrong. And even then, on my other videos are still getting the normal ads. So YouTube is literally saying maybe these videos had something wrong with them, you know, fix it up, and the other ones are all fine. So anyone saying all my videos are trash, you're wrong. The max they've literally said is only a couple of them have something slightly weird on it. And if it
I mean, your videos are trash. Truly. There's no denying that.
was breaking any of TOS, I would not be on YouTube right now.
My god, listening to this guy talk is fucking painful. Yes, because we all know that the YouTube moderation system is flawless and definitely does not allow all kinds of porn on the website all the time. You're right, Kobe. I shouldn't have said anything.
And also, one thing I'd like to say to the kids watching this, just because you're
There's a time where there were like very there were corn ASMR on YouTube. Yeah, that existed for a bit. Yeah, I don't know. That's not an argument.
favorite YouTuber is saying something doesn't mean it's completely true.
Wait, dude, I thought kids don't watch your videos. Thinking before you speak helps. Now, for the rest of this response, he just tries to dissect the Twitter posts and videos that people made about him, and it's a really tough watch. Nothing of substance is said whatsoever. The guy spends 10 minutes being a hypocrite and contradicting himself. I mean, at one point, the guy says the videos aren't even sexual. When I make these videos, I always try to stay as constructive as possible. Personal attacks are not productive, but I think it's relevant to this. I think it's an objective truth that this guy is just not smart enough to really even understand any of the criticisms that are coming his way, so I feel like I'm kind of just wasting my time. Well, guys, what do you think?
Well, I wouldn't say that he doesn't understand. He's just deflecting, I think. He's just denying to protect whatever is left of his reputation, I guess.
think. Are Roblox stripping videos the way of the future? Is it okay to do anything as long as somebody did it before you and the platform you're on is allowing it? Because unironically, that seems to be the mindset a lot of people have these days, not just this guy. Watching people like this defend stuff like this, it's just the greatest irony of all time. They'll sit here and say that their videos aren't influencing kids, they're not promoting anything that's bad, all the while they say their reasoning for doing it is because they saw another person do it. The minds on these people. Generational shit here, guys. If you enjoy
But that's usually how it goes, right? It's because others have done it before, so I can do it as well. That is the way this has always been, though. This isn't specifically nothing new, right? This isn't anything that's like wait, I lost the point. This isn't something that is now just currently happening. This has been there for a while, like this argument. It's stupid. By the way, on a random note, but somewhat related to this topic subject, I thought the meme that you posted the other day about it, you have a donated blood, is probably in someone's boner right now, was funny. True. I've more of those, actually. I have more of those.
enjoyed this video, please leave a like and walk on over to that subscribe button and touch it. It's free. It won't cost you anything. But for now, that's all I have for you today. Bye.
Yeah, if you see this after the fact, do the same. It's free. Yeah, that was a good recommendation. Now we know the freaky Roblox people. I see no issue with that. Yeah, bringing a prostitute onto a video for kids is disgusting. 100%. There's no denying that. Ugh. Disgusting. Disgusting. that was awful. Ugh. Where's my own stream recommended? Ugh. What next? I guess when we're already at the Roblox topic, I found this one.
So just a few.
I found this one. I found this one. When we're already at the Roblox topic, might as well jump into this one. Meet Roblox creepiest girl YouTuber. Aloha Vix. Let's get into it. The thumbnail didn't say anything good, so I'm scared.
So just a few days ago, I uploaded a video in which I exposed a really weird Roblox YouTuber by the name of Janelle Dominic with over 10 million subscribers. And I exposed the fact that he was uploading really weird NSFW videos towards a kid audience, which means that kids as young as
It's always kids. It's always kids. Why is it always kids?
3 to 8 years old are watching inappropriate videos of Roblox characters with, well, no clothes. And I mean, really, this is just some degenerate behavior. I mean, think about it. This guy is a 25-year-old dude uploading Roblox videos of girls with no clothes to literal kids. But after I uploaded that video, I received a handful of
Bro is the peak definition of you're sleeping on Roblox corn.
comments, and these comments were talking about how Janelle is just following a trend. Now, I mean, what type of trend is this? Like, who sat there and thought that a great trend idea would be just uploading videos of Roblox characters dancing with no clothes on to a bunch of kids? But it seems like I was able to find patient ground zero. And this whole trend of doing really weird, disgusting, sus videos all started from a YouTube channel by the name of Aloha_Vix. But
wait, a woman started this? A woman started this. Okay, bro.
to see this person is not only just uploading really weird things, but it turns out the girl behind this YouTube channel, behind the scenes, is generally one of the most disgusting people you will ever meet. And today we'll be exposing everything about this person. But first, subscribe and like if you think that these channels deserve to be banned. Either way, let's dive right into it. So on June 21st, 2021, a YouTube channel by the name of Aloha Vix would be created. And in the beginning, Aloha Vix didn't really upload anything until the
summer of 2023, because around this time, this is when Aloha Vix really took off on YouTube. Her first video upload was back in October 29th of 2022, and it's a video called Spooky Scary Skeletons. But as the months went on and Aloha kept consistently uploading, she was able to manage to get about 500 million views on YouTube with about 1.7 million subscribers.
Damn. Roblox is powerful. The numbers go crazy.
Now you might be thinking, what type of videos does Aloha post? You know, what was really the reason why she's famous in the first place? For example, when I talked about Janelle Dominic, I explained that he was famous because his whole personality was pretending to be the Roblox Dora. But for Aloha Vix, her entire personality is about, well, her relationship with her online Roblox boyfriend. I mean, just short after short after short. It's just non-stop YouTube shorts of her in just really weird and revealing clothing. And keep in mind, the average age of the audience watching these type of videos of a Roblox girl with basically no clothes on is probably around 5 to 10 years old, which means that this woman right here is knowingly posting these.
The Roblox chicks are also predators. Now we know. This is horrendous. This is horrendous. This shit is... That's just the same shit over and over again.
Videos while also knowing that she has a kids audience. And you know what, let's be logical here for a second. When a kid is exposed to these type of videos unsupervised, because at the end of the day, this is promoted on YouTube Shorts Kids. So when a parent just hands their phone to the kid's gonna go on YouTube Shorts and see all this, and he's gonna be exposed to it at a very young age. And obviously he was seeing videos.
YouTube Kids is quite literally what I think hell is gonna look like. Purgatory. Limbo. The afterlife. The Ethereum.
Of girls in revealing clothing on Roblox, that's gonna basically just be that kid's entire For You page on YouTube. And sometime down the future, the kid's gonna develop a serious addiction and basically just ruin the kid in the process. Now some people watching this video might be saying, oh, I'm just over exaggerating things. Well, you know what? I'm gonna prove it to you right now. So I go on Aloha_Vix's YouTube channel and I sort by most popular on the short section. The second most viewed short right here, Ala B with a bunch of emoji sunglasses version 6. Not really sure what the title's about, but I mean, you can see from that what is going on. And you want to know what the video's about? Just a quick warning, it's probably the weirdest thing you will ever hear in your entire life. But the entire short is about a prison guard watching two female inmates shake their butts with
Dear, I think you need to start a Roblox exodus, a Roblox genocide. Purge these people from the platform. This is disgusting, man. This is horrendous.
with no clothes. And this short has 11 million views. 11 million kids were exposed to this just disgusting buffoonery. And this is basically just Aloha's YouTube channel in a quick summary. That one video describes everything about her channel. You know how people make a bunch of videos on YouTube talking about how Roblox needs to take action against people uploading weird things to the avatar item shop? Well, those same people should make videos about these YouTube channels, because I feel like this is affecting more kids compared to, well, the avatar item shop. Either way, it's safe to say that Aloha Vix has basically no morals at all. Also, one thing people might be asking is how much does Aloha_Vix make off these really weird and disgusting?
Yes. The answer is yes. Gyat! Not the Roblox gyat, though. Children don't need to see that.
YouTube shorts. Well, I told you that she has accumulated over 500 million views on YouTube, so you might think that she is making a lot of money. Well, I'm gonna tell you right now, no. All of this work on trying to make the weirdest content ever is not really paying off. Because take a look at this. In the last 365 days, 1 year, Aloha was able to accumulate 350 million views and also get 1 million subscribers. But funny enough, she probably only made about $4,000 to $15,000. And the reason why is because YouTube Shorts pays like absolute trash. So thankfully she's not profiting too much off this disgusting nonsense. But what's unfortunate is that she has
True, Shorts doesn't really pay that well, I know. Shorts doesn't pay that well. Interesting. It's still enough, though.
It's a really popular please donate clone game on Roblox, and she makes a lot of money off that. This Roblox game is called Real Donations, and it's pretty obvious it's just a please donate clone. But from this game alone, Aloha was able to generate maybe about 10 million Robux. And I think all this money that she made is completely undeserved on Roblox. The reason why is because Aloha doesn't just only upload really weird YouTube shorts. She also creates Roblox parties in which people can meet up and basically do NSFW things to each other.
Eh? What? Eh?
And what am I talking about exactly? Well, let's just say it's a lot of baby making action. And right there, ladies and gentlemen,
Wait,
it's
what?
time to talk about this thing called Meep City Parties. So in this really awesome, cool Roblox game, Meep City, you can host parties. And in these parties, you can add anything to your Meep City party. And well, this got some people thinking a little bit different. And people like Aloha Vix decided to create parties where they will add a bunch of stripper poles, beds,
The fuck? What the fuck is this? Yeah, I need my distance from Roblox, bro. This is horrendous.
pools, hot tubs, and basically this was a meetup for a bunch of Roblox players to come together and make babies. And obviously that's just not allowed on the Roblox TOS, and there's so much proof of this. Here's screenshots that this is Aloha Vix. I can see the usernames match up because this was Aloha Vix's previous username. And here's a screenshot of the disgusting things in her parties. Basically, Aloha Vix was adding morphs where you can transform your characters into naked Roblox avatars.
Ah, okay, bro.
And continue along with your baby making action, which is, well, against the freaking Roblox TOS. After all,
The
you're
word baby making action should never be used in the context of Roblox. Thank you.
doing this on a platform designed for toddlers. So when Aloha Vix got exposed for all these disgusting actions, she tried to make a video talking about the so-called truth. And one of the ways she tries to defend herself is saying, my party marks always had clothing featuring lifeguards, beachwear, and other trendy outfits that match the party themes. If someone thinks my parties were bad, then by that logic, all RP games on Roblox, including Bloxburg, are bad too because they have beds, showers, pools, etc. Well, the issue, Aloha, is that these Roblox games like Bloxburg, the point of the beds and shower and pool is to basically sleep in the bed, take an actual shower, and swim in the pool. But for you, however, you're using beds, showers, and pools for people to make babies in. Also, you wanna know something funny? Aloha says that
Why use the word babies? Why use the word babies? No.
she's not ashamed of it. Well, I mean, it's pretty obvious that she has no morals. Now, another excuse that Aloha tried to do is that she said, I even tried to get in touch with Meep City admins multiple times to remove these inappropriate parties. But that doesn't make sense because she's the one doing the inappropriate parties. Why is she snitching? But yeah, either way,
It's also like, do we know it's actually a woman? This might just be a creepy dude.
I lost all faith in humanity, and I'm being completely serious when I say this. We all need to work together and somehow get this channel banned off YouTube. So if you somehow made it this far into the video, please do your part, tell people about this, and hopefully once and for all, Aloha will be banned off YouTube and Roblox. Because I mean, Aloha literally did say that she is not ashamed of her past and she doesn't care. So she has no remorse at all for the actions that she has done. Hey, call me crazy, but I think people that make videos of girls dancing on Roblox with no clothes to an audience full of kids should probably be banned and not allowed on YouTube. But hey, that's it for today's video. If you guys enjoyed, please drop a like, subscribe.
We got the Roblox horse. That is insane, dude. Dear, what did you do? You pushed me into the Roblox degeneracy pipeline. Leave me alone. Yeah, it's over. Oh, this is disgusting. This is actually horrendous. This should not be a thing. That is disgusting. That is horrendous. I have to say, this is disgusting. Ugh. Get this off of my screen. I need to cleanse my brain. I'm gonna watch the video that, Marcus has recommended. That works. Alright. Facts about slavery. Never mentioned in school. I'm curious, was that actually the right video? I hope so. Let's go, I guess. Let's go. By Thomas Sowell. Okay. Okay. I'm curious. I'm very curious. Okay.
The instrumental use of the history of slavery today also underlies the claim that slavery grew out of racism. For most of its long history, which includes most of the history of the human race,
The harsh truth is, everyone was a slave at one point. The only difference is the recency, but everyone was a slave at one point. Some of my ancestors were slaves. Some of your ancestors were slaves. Slavery is as old as humans, probably.
slavery was largely not the enslavement of racially different people, for the simple reason that only in recent centuries has either the technology or the wealth existed to go to another continent to get slaves and transport them en masse across an ocean. People were enslaved because they were vulnerable, not because of how they looked. The peoples of the Balkans were enslaved by fellow Europeans, as well as by the peoples of the Middle East, for at least 6 centuries before the first African was brought to the Western Hemisphere. Before the modern era, by and large, Europeans enslaved other Europeans, Asians enslaved other Asians, Africans.
Slavery pretty much just burns down to, you're weaker, so I can force you to work for me. Pretty much. That's what it burns down to. Oftentimes.
Enslaved other Africans, and the indigenous peoples of the Western Hemisphere enslaved other indigenous peoples of the Western Hemisphere. Slavery was not based on race, much less on theories about race. Only relatively late in history did enslavement across racial lines occur on such a scale as to promote an ideology of racism that outlasted the institution of slavery itself. Wherever a separate people were enslaved, they were disdained or despised, whether they were different by country, religion, caste, race, or tribe. In East Africa, the Maasai were feared slave raiders, and other African tribes, either alone or in conjunction with Arabs, enslaved their more vulnerable neighbors. As late as 1891, it was reported that Manyuema slavers had demoralized surrounding tribes, destroying crops, and famine reigned.
Like, I know America, that's true. I know that a lot of like Africans tribes enslaved each other. I know that. Like, I didn't learn in school. I learned that outside of school, but I know that. A lot of people like boils down to yeah, that was the word I was looking for. A lot of, for example, I didn't know that. As far as I'm aware, the Irish were also turned into slaves at one point. It's very interesting.
Everywhere. Even in the early 20th century, Abyssinians were still raiding other Africans and carrying off slaves. It was 1922 before the British had gained sufficient control in Tanganyika to stamp out slavery there. Arabs were the leading slave raiders in East Africa, ranging over an area larger than all of Europe. The total number of slaves exported from East Africa during the 19th century has been estimated to be at least 2 million. The form in which the story of slavery has reached most people today has been along the lines of the best-selling book and widely watched television miniseries Roots by Alex Haley. Challenged on the historical accuracy of Roots, Haley said, "I tried to give my people a myth to live by." This instrumental use of history, or purported history, is open to the same objections as other instrumental myth-making. Despite the impression created by Roots, during the era of the massive slave trade from West Africa, a white man was more likely to catch malaria in Africa than to catch slaves himself.
What the heck is that comparison? What the heck is that comparison? That was wild. That was wild. Okay, bro. Oh, man. So, getting sickness was easier than getting a slave? That is crazy.
The average life expectancy of a white man in the interior of sub-Saharan Africa at that time was less than 1 year. By and large, men from Europe or the Western Hemisphere came to the coasts of Africa, bought their slaves, and left as soon as possible. Even so, the death rates among the white crews of the ships carrying slaves to the Western Hemisphere
So
were
simply put, they didn't catch the people. They just bought them. Which means that they turned each other into slaves and then sold them. Okay. Okay. Interesting.
as high as the death rates among the slaves themselves. It was only much later, after quinine and other medical measures enabled Europeans to survive where there were tropical diseases, was it possible for them to invade Africa in force and establish empires there. But by then, the Atlantic slave trade had already been ended. During the era of that trade, Africa was largely ruled by Africans, who established the conditions under which slave sales took place. The crew of a slave ship was in no position to defy African rulers and their armies by going out across the land and capturing people willy-nilly. The stronger African peoples captured and enslaved the weaker peoples. The same pattern found over the centuries in Europe, Asia, the Western Hemisphere, and Polynesia. In Nyasaland, the Ngoni and Yao swaggered over and terrorized other tribes. In Uganda, the Baganda made life miserable for their neighbors. And the Nyoro and Hima of Anko enslaved Toro women and children. The Tutsi dominated the Hutu in Rwanda. The Maasai lorded it over the Kikuyu and Kamba. And the latter, in turn, held the Indorobo in a kind of serfdom. It was precisely the fact that Europeans...
Humanity? Yup. This pretty much just boils down to humans being cruel to each other. Because they can. Interesting.
except for the Portuguese, seldom participated in the raids that captured and enslaved Africans that enabled most people in Europe and the Americas to remain oblivious to the traumatic experience that this was, with some Africans committing suicide to avoid capture and wives being whipped as they tried to cling to their husbands or children. Historian David Breon Davis pointed out that Europeans had little contact with the actual process of enslavement, and that, as late as 1721, the Royal African Company asked its agents to investigate the modes of enslavement in the interior.
Reminds me of the Pirates of the Caribbean. It's just good business. That's what it pretty much was, right? A business. That's what it is. If you strip everything like everything away, what's left is that it is a business at its core. A disgusting one at that, but true.
Europeans typically saw only the end results, enslaved people being offered for sale on the coast. It was much the same story in the Ottoman Empire, where those who bought slaves had no idea what these slaves had been through before. The unique position of the Western world in the history, and especially the destruction of slavery, need not imply that there was unanimity within the West on this institution. In addition to whites who defended the enslavement of Africans on racial grounds, or who opposed general emancipation on social grounds, there were many whites, and even blacks, who defended slavery as a matter of self-interest as slave owners. Although most black owners of slaves in the United States were only nominal owners of members of their own families, there were thousands of other blacks in the antebellum South who were commercial slave owners, just like their white counterparts. An estimated 1/3 of the free...
you don't even need to look at, like, in this case, you wouldn't need to just look at the United States, right? You would need to look at Africa and like African slave owners in Africa.
Persons of color in New Orleans were slave owners, and thousands of these slave owners volunteered to fight for the Confederacy during the Civil War. Black slave owners were even more common in the Caribbean. In short, there were many defenders of slavery in the West, even in the 19th century. And outside the West, slavery was too widely accepted to require defense. No other nation ended slavery in the same way as the United States did, and few ended it after so short a struggle, as history is measured. How and why did slavery end in most of the world? There were two major processes. Over the centuries, as more and more territories around the world consolidated into nation-states with their own armies and navies, raiding those territories to capture and enslave the people who lived within them became more hazardous in itself, and also risked military retaliation against the countries from which the raiders came. Thus, more and more peoples became off-limits to slave raiders over time. Put differently, the areas which remained subject to slave raiding over the centuries were primarily those where the people lived in smaller or weaker societies. Such societies continued to exist where it was difficult, for geographic or other reasons, to consolidate large areas under one government. This was true of the Balkans, the backwaters of Asia, and much of sub-Saharan Africa. By the early modern era, sub-Saharan Africa, with its numerous and severe geographic handicaps, was one of the last remaining areas from which vast numbers of people could be enslaved.
So pretty much what this video is telling me, slavery has nothing to do with racism and only to do with the fact that the stronger will oppress the weaker and force them to work. That is pretty much the core of this video. Which makes sense when we look at slavery throughout the history. Not just Africa. I mean, I can see it. I can see it, certainly. Cutler Beckett, that's the character's name, works for the East India Trading Company. Okay. I'm outside taking a walk. He walking with those stumpy legs. You better be moving those midget legs, get fit and stuff. Yeah, those chicken legs. That's very interesting. Very interesting. Are you implying deer needs to touch grass? He should be. Always touching grass. What do I want to watch next? I want to watch... How about a shoe on head video?
50s Nazi cosplay.
Stop it. I just zoomed in. Just spit in for some odd reason. I don't know. The shoe on head video. Oh, Raven would probably love to watch this, but she's not here. The TikTok Trat Wife Epidemic by Shoe on Head. Let's get into it. Shoe, I'm still waiting on that VTuber video. What is it? Why is it zooming in? I'm still waiting on that VTuber video.
Women. What are women? No, Matt Walsh, down, no, get back.
Poor Matt Walsh. What are women, chat? What are women? Good question. I don't know. Beings from another world.
Back in your cage, get back in your cage. Depending on who you ask, women are strong, independent, beautiful angels who can do no wrong, or evil, ungrateful. Not me though. I'm not like other girls.
I'm not like other girls, true.
Today we are taking a break from my seemingly never-ending research into the male question, and we are talking about women. In my video, What Happened to Men, I talk about femboys. And in this video, I'm talking about TikTok tradwives.
The TikTok trat wives, true and real. I want the trat wife as well. I'm kidding. That would be too much. I've never seen a shoe on her head. False advertising. Should actually just post a picture of her having a shoe on her head. Wombons are aliens. True, they are. They are scary thingies.
The term tradwife is trending online, fueled by a TikTok influencer who uses the term to refer to herself and how she sees her role in her marriage.
This isn't just about personal choice or individual preferences. It's advancing a right-wing political ideology and dressing it up as a lifestyle.
Now, before we
What happened to women? That's a good question. Done this since femboys are chill. I've talked to a few online. They seem okay. They seem chill. I even defended a femboy, so I can't complain. They're pretty normal, actually, in the head. And a lot of them are actually quite based.
hop into our shiny armor to defend Milady, let's get into today's sponsor. You tired of this happening to you? Introducing Ridge. Ridge wallets are high-quality aluminum wallets that can hold up to 12 cards, plus that fat stack of cash you're gonna take out of your bank before it collapses. Ridge wallets are made with RFID blocking technology, which protects you. And thank you, the viewer, for not skipping the ad. Now let's get back
I got caught in 4K.
to the video. Oh, happy belated International Women's Day, everybody. Happy Women's History Month, in fact. I didn't even know it was Women's History Month until I saw this commercial from Hershey's.
My name is Faye Johnstone. I'm the Executive Director of Wisdom to Action. We can create a world where everyone is able to live in public space as they're honest and authentic.
Because they are men. Real men. Unafraid men. Okay, that's enough. True. This is also, you know,
Authentic selves. See the women changing how we see the future at Hershey's Canada.
and ask it, but I see how it is. Is it just me, or do I find it weird that trans women are making ads actually focused on biological women? Maybe it's just me.
Is that really the representation we want for women? Cookies and cream? Disgusting. The other day, this video of TikTok influencer SD Williams absolutely blew up on Twitter.
Why am I scared that she has an OF? Who the fuck is going to buy chocolate bars with pronouns? True! Who would buy that? Who would buy that? Not me. Not most women, probably.
SD is one of many in the new growing movement of TikTok tradwives. Women who quit their jobs and decide to be stay-at-home girlfriends, wives, or mothers, dedicating their time to domestic chores like cooking, cleaning, and taking care of their family. As soon as I saw this video of SD Williams, I was seething with jealousy. This woman looks like she jumped right out of a 50s Coca-Cola ad. She looks beautiful,
Like Cadbury's. I'm jealous of the men. I'm jealous of the men! Where's my trad wife?
confident, happy, everything the internet hates. So I defended the femboys, and today I'm going to be defending the TikTok tradwives. Both are very different things, but also kind of similar at the same time. Both are exaggerations of femininity and are seen as rebelling against society, depending on where you stand. Depending on which party you vote for, the red satanic pedophiles or the blue satanic pedophiles.
True. At this point, you just pick the less evil satanic pedophiles.
Now, I happen to support both the femboys and the tradwives. Real controversial stuff happening on this channel, folks. Subscribe for more hot takes like, is mayonnaise too spicy? I think it's cool when people do whatever.
Who considers mayonnaise spicy? Who does that? Who are you? Yeah, yeah. So this trad wife is probably fake. Didn't she just make a career out of acting like a trad wife of use? Could be, could be. I don't know. I don't know. Like that movement exists, but like not too much about it. One of my neighbors who doesn't live in my neighborhood. Wait, what? My neighbors who doesn't live in my neighborhood anymore. Okay. Always fed me and would offer me alcohol and other various gifts. That's just very friendly towards me. That's pretty awesome. My neighbor, like the old neighbors lady, always gave us salad and like other vegetables because like she didn't have a husband anymore. I think she was also the main reason why I'm waiting on to marriage. The main inspiration. Mayonnaise is delicious on chips. Could be. I've never tried it.
They want, despite how much hate is thrown at them. And wow, was there a lot of hate thrown at this woman. Turns out it's all women can choose to do whatever they want until a woman chooses to do whatever she wants. Over the past few months, there have been dozens of articles.
Yeah, but that's generally like how feminists act. Like they say women can choose what they do with themselves, right? And then they see something that goes against their agenda, and then they say, "Not like this. Not like this." I'm gonna be a trad wife because I'm allowed to do it. Feminists, not like that. Eat it. I don't have any chips here right now.
On the growing epidemic of TikTok trad wives, calling them classist, racist, heteronormative, disturbing videos featuring cis white women. Oh no, not.
I never understood the concept of the word heteronormative. Yes. Straight people is the norm. Who would have guessed? That's how nature designed us. No shit. Cause if it wasn't normal, then we wouldn't be here. You gotta become the most convincing grifter is all. Yeah, true. I find it also funny how a lot of like these people who are like anti-woke and stuff are just using that because they know it makes you grow pretty quickly. I like mayonnaise on sandwiches, but never tried chips. Is there a specific type of chips they're good on? Like I said, I got no idea. I only put like mayonnaise on fries and stuff. Me neither, heteronormative. It's like these words make no sense. They're just gibberish. Also, how is being a stay-at-home mom racist? What are we in the yeah, the wokies were the anti-wokies, yeah. It's like how? This is just gibberish. This is just word salad. This makes no sense.
Cis white women. Articles calling the women insecure, telling them to just do BDSM instead. Articles saying they have no problem with their individual choices. But if this is the age of the trad wife, then I'm ready to die alone.
Then die. What do you want me to do, argue with you? I'm not on the debate team. This isn't mock trial.
The articles about this were pretty bad.
I should argue like this. I like to I should argue like this. Then die. What do you think? I'm gonna argue. Fun watching the Ackman obliterate Andy Pans and on that debate. True.
But the comments were even worse. Imagine being so scared of chasing your own dreams you decide to sell your soul to a man. Being a slave to a man isn't being feminine, it's being a slave. Please stop glorifying this. Spending every second of your life in service to men is not something to aspire for.
Is it bad? Is it bad how that like women want to be there for their family and for their men, for their children? Is that bad? Because if it is, I want to leave the planet poof out of existence. I think she means sexist instead of no. That was racist. That was racist. There was the word racist was there written. I like how I like how that guy was just like, do what you will. Yeah, true.
If this is what makes her happy, that's great. Looks like she loves her life and I'm ecstatic for her. But it's not condemning housewives. But literal male fantasy cosplay, LMAO. So does her husband beat?
That's why I hate video games, because this appealed to the male fantasy. Same energy. Same energy.
And degrade her? Don't come crying to us girl bosses when your husband abuses you for dinner being cold. Stupid dumb girl who will end up with nothing when he leaves her for another one. I would love to come home from the construction site and slam her head into the fridge door for forgetting to put my beer in there. 1950.
I don't think that men in the 1950s did that. I don't even think this person was born in the 1950s to even know that. I can't spell. Raven would be proud.
Style. I would love to grab her by the hair and slam her face into the fridge. Fascist Barbie would need a lot more of that caked up makeup to cover the bruises on her face after I beat her for not having dinner ready on time. Why are they
so violent? Oh no, not the male fantasy. Why are they so violent? They sound like they killed their entire family and then some. What happened? Why are they so violent?
they all so violent? These people need to be in prison. Women like this trigger a violent reaction in me. Yeah, we can tell. As far as I know, none of these women are telling people how they should live. In fact, SD Williams is doing the exact opposite.
The misconception about the trad wife movement, it's not really a movement. Nobody's pushing it. People are typically just living it and maybe showcasing their lifestyle like me. And we believe our place, specifically us as individuals, believe our purpose is to be homemakers. There are a lot of people trying to make this a sinister thing or put some other darker meaning behind the term trad wife. Nobody is doing that. We as individuals are just choosing to be homemakers. That's all.
Feminism is about personal choice. But you chose wrong, bitch.
That's the core of it. That's straight up the core of it. True. What the heck?
Is condemning traditional wives. I'm so tired of these self-proclaimed victims. No one is coming after you. It's all in your head, my sweet aggrieved whites. Inclusion of others does not mean the exclusion of you. Breathe, whitey. It's gonna be okay.
Just a little bit of racism sprinkled in there, right? Just as a topping, because, you know, we need that. Yes. People are condemning traditional wives. Because they're making it something that it's not. They're saying that you shouldn't be a mother. You should work like a man. You should act like a man. You should be like a business chick and all that stuff. Boss, babe. Yeah, this is. Nobody's outright saying, oh, I hate traditional wives, right? But society is training people in general, not just women. Society is training people into believing that taking care of a family and having a family is bad. That's why we turn men in movies into fathers in movies into bumbling idiots. And women into career women.
Name one person who is condemning traditional wives. I am. Okay, just because someone chooses to live in a—
Never mind! Fine! They do outright stated. I got I got proven wrong. Fine.
Oppressive lifestyle doesn't make it any better. Gender traditionalism is toxic, period. Doing things for the sake of gender roles or gender tradition is toxic, period. In the end, this only benefits patriarchy.
There is no patriarchy. I'm gonna straight out say it. There is no patriarchy. There is a dominator system. The one who is stronger will dominate the one that is weaker. That's how I put it. Ah, yes, racism is the perfect topping on my pizza. Give me my black olives, bitch. True, true. And yes, there are gender roles in society. There's a good reason why they exist. Now, some of the things are obviously trained on people right through society, but some things are gender differences. Some parts of those roles.
Individual choices do not exist in a vacuum. She's promoting a dangerous slavery mindset to young women. This is not real feminism. Feminism is about the emancipation of all women from the patriarchy, not just some women. Y'all are embarrassing.
Okay. Okay. Let's dissect this, okay? Let's dissect this. A woman choosing, right? Remember, a slave does not have a choice. Choosing to be a housewife, choosing to be a mother, is a dangerous slavery mindset. But she's not a slave, because she has the choice to do it. Real feminism does not mean individual choice in this case. Emancipation is just one part. It is not also not the main focus of like feminism. What the heck? What? Also, it's like really weird. It's like really weird because if we go by that, could I also argue that women should not do sell themselves for sexual favors or like sell their body? Because technically that's also what feminists fought for, that they are not, women are no longer sexualized, but women are sexualizing themselves. Can I so argue that this is not real feminism? Because real feminism is also part of real feminism is also not women being sexualized. So they're technically also not participating in real feminism. I didn't make the rules, God did. I mean, probably, or people made the rules up in the book. I believe the Bible is true. I'm gonna say it. I believe it is true. I'm not gonna argue about that.
I love all these people like, nobody's condemning trad wives. And then there's like hundreds and hundreds of comments and articles and videos of people condemning trad wives. Trad wife until their toddler shits on them and their husband of 12 years, their senior, punches them out for not having dinner ready at 5 p.m. exactly.
Why is it violent? It doesn't even make sense, because the core of this trad wife movement, if you just break it down to the core, is a woman wanting to be a stay-at-home mom and taking care of her children. Nowhere does it state that you need to be punched. What is this? And yeah, A toddler might shit on you. A toddler might vomit on you. Guess who also has to face that problem? Women who aren't stay-at-home moms.
You realize when you hit 40, your husband is gonna start having sex with one of your teenage daughter's friends, right? You know she's getting it from Tyrone while her husband watches. Writing whole-ass fanfictions about a woman they've never met. Oh, I bet she's so miserable.
Interesting. Now I know where that pipeline comes from. Also, why do they have cuck fantasies? What are you, Destiny? Sometimes I look around and see so much pain, so I struggle to believe a god exists. I listen to a lot of I forgot his name. Shit, I forgot his name. That one preacher. I forgot it. Damn it. That like old guy, short curly hair, goes around with his son as well. I forgot it. Cliff, he explains the stuff very well, I think.
Well, I bet he beats her. Oh yeah, I bet she's cucking her husband for Tyrone. Tradwife is when white blonde with big booba. Real tradwives don't have big fake tits. Stupid bitch with fake tits. Every single tradwife account is just softcore porn from women with massive tits. This is giving off OnlyFans vibes. This is a fetish. She says in the video under she chose this life, and she did. It's a choice to be this stupid. You call yourself trad and yet you have big breasts. Checkmate. This right
No body shaming unless you disagree with me. No sexualization unless you disagree with me. This is so insane. This is so stupid. Not me, I had a wife, I would create an escape hatch in my man cave so I can escape from poop duty. True. But I would love to be a father someday. I would love to be that someday. To have a little me. I was thinking of Joel Osteen for some reason. Don't know who that is. But yeah, Cliff explains these things really well. I can just like, it's weird, I can just like listen to Cliff explain stuff in the Bible. It's just really enjoyable. Cliff National, yeah, I think is that how I pronounce it? The surname? Yeah, exactly. I just love listening to that man.
right here is pure distilled coon brain. I implore you to step out of your goon cave and get some fresh air.
Wait, that was also there a year ago? I hate that word so much. Goon cave. Oh my god.
Please. Just because you find the woman hot doesn't mean it's porn. Can we stop calling this a fetish? Oh, thank God. Somebody normal. This is a well-documented white nationalist online trend. Oh, god damn it. Tradwife, but she uses social media, lol. If she's such a
The core idea of being a trad wife is just being a stay-at-home mom. That is the core. The women just pick the aesthetic. You need to put the aesthetic to the side. It just means you're gonna stay at home and take care of your family. These people are idiots. Joel Osteen is a preacher as well. Okay. Jonathan Pergo is another one of another one. Has an interesting orthodox way of thinking. Yeah. I've heard that name before.
Tradwife, why is she on an iPhone? If she's so traditional, why is she using a cell phone? This sounds like f***ing conservative boomers when they're like, oh, you're a socialist? How come you have an iPhone? Impossible to be a traditional wife when I'm a male. Hey, that
True. Oh, you participate in society. Curious. How dare you? You have opposing views.
That is not true. It is 2023. We support trad husbands and boy wives on this channel. This would be fine if it weren't for all the whiny pick-me shit. Nobody cares if you want to cook and have big titties. Go have fun. Imagine being so insecure with your miserable life you have to do some 1950s Nazi cosplay to get
Yeah,
any
I'm out. Yeah, sure. Sure. Yes. Of course. Yeah. Stay-at-home mom and having using, using the 50s aesthetic, right? Turns you into a National Socialist. There is what are these arguments? Where do these come from? What is this? Just genuinely.
Male attention, lol. Did he pick you, sis? Pick me, pick me, pick me. Hope he picks you, queen. This pick me. All this woman has to do to get picked is exist. I don't think she needs to make a big spectacle on TikTok to get male attention when she looks like this. Be serious. And also, can we just talk about this pick me shit? Pick me is an insult people throw at women when they aren't towing whatever the current NPC line is. Some of these people calling this woman a pick me have OnlyFans in their bios. You literally...
True, because they literally fail. They literally fail to be picked. What's Big Booba got to do with cooking? I don't know. I'll sexualize you if you disagree with me type of situation.
Financially rely on being picked by men. If men didn't pick you, you'd be out of a job. And I'd have like 5,000 views per video.
Yeah, or you can say they are incapable to be picked, so they gotta sell their stuff online for $180 a month.
Oh, but... when I do it, it's based. When you do it, it's cringe. I guarantee I can cook better than her. I can bake better bread than her, and my boobs are bigger. I just don't wear ugly dresses, and I work for a living. I'm not married, and I certainly wouldn't submit to a husband if I had one.
Okay, sis. You posted your opinion. Wonderful. Do that. I wonder if at its core, it's just jealousy. Because they can do that all. They just can find the guy. So the problem is, you won't do that because you can't find a guy to marry and to submit to. It's not that you don't want to. You just can't.
Sorry, I was trying to find your fucking point. I'm actually a lot better and hotter than her, and I'm not married.
What does that mean? What does that mean? Where do you want to go with that point? What is your goal?
Okay. I want her to peg me. Oh, I don't know how that one got in there. Sorry. I wish America could go back to the 50s when things were simpler. I'm secretly gay. I have polio. I'm not allowed to wear pants or go to college. I beat the shit out of my son and molested my daughter, and no one will ever do a goddamn thing about it.
Like, do they believe that the 50s were like hell? Like, do they believe it is hell?
I can't get through my day without a shit ton of drugs. Most of those things still happen today, but the being on drugs one is funny because it's like, yes, it's true, women were on a ton of drugs back then, but I really gotta ask, like, do you know how many people are on SSRIs? How many people require them to function every day? The the average woman is on nowadays would kill a 1950s housewife.
Yeah, because, like, when we look at now and then, we can say that mental illness has significantly increased among the populations. The 50s were worse than ancient Egypt. Yeah, in the 50s, you were, I don't know, married and had a roof above your head. It was so terrible. In ancient Egypt, you were thankfully be able to pull a bunch of big ass rocks for some pyramids. Very great, very awesome.
I only take my ADHD medication sometimes, but I should be on like 4 other pills I'm prescribed, but I simply do not take them because I refuse to be a walking big pharma cocktail and my mental illnesses make me funnier. I'm sorry, I gotta say it, but all she's doing is dressing cute and cooking and cleaning. Is that what trad is? Honestly, I kind of agree with this one. Oh, you didn't DoorDash McDonald's? You made some ramen noodles tonight? How trad? You clean the f***ing toilet?
Not trad, right? It's more like you have the ability to be a housewife. That's crazy. Hey man, won't be around for a bit. Might hop on later, but if not, have a great stream, Oring. He's calling me Oring. Yeah, hello, Sway. Do whatever you need to get done. It's fine. I'll survive without you. If more women go trad, then the end is nigh again. We all know dinosaurs built the pyramids. Yeah, true. The dinosaurs. No, aliens. The Nephilim built them.
How trad? You wiped your ass? Trad. I feel like millennials and zoomers have psyoped themselves to believe basic ass things like cooking food and cleaning the house are traditional. Or even more deranged, white supremacy.
I would say that obviously not cooking is traditional, right? But the idea of being a housewife, that would be technically considered traditional, because nowadays it's not that popular anymore.
Tradwives. Sexism as a gateway to white supremacy. A common theme among the haters of our tradwife friends is implying or even outright accusing them of covertly or overtly selling white supremacy to young women. There's nothing wrong with yearning to raise kids, bake bread, and keep a tidy home while your husband brings home the bacon. However, the most telling aspect of the tradwives hashtag is the other half of the term, wives. Women defined by their relationship to men, from the perspective of men, specifically men of the alt-right. The tradwives trend articulates not only women's roles over their choices, but also how the manosphere brings together those who feel blindsided by the feminist movement and want to teach women how to take care of their man and give birth to more white babies. This is how
I've also seen a lot of black women being traditional housewives, just like housewives, not even traditional, just housewives. Is this then also white supremacy? I'm just asking. Oh, right, this would then be internalized white supremacy, right? What is the argument here? I'm trying to find it. I can't.
how sexism functions as a gateway to white supremacy, men bonding over misogyny and rallying for the white race. So as far as I can tell, none of these tradwives mention being white or whiteness or any of that. These people are just kind of convinced that's what this is, that these homemaking lifestyle videos are actually a dog whistle, luring people into the alt-right, like me in 2015 when I said manspreading, and then you went down the right-wing rabbit hole.
They're like the guy that makes somebody up on Twitter and then fights against this guy that does not exist. That's pretty much what this is. It's so weird. This behavior is so weird.
Behind the rise of the online tradwife movement, trad ideology doesn't just extend to the 1950s housewife videos, it also has sinister connections with right-wing extremism, experts say. There was so much of this that even S.D. Williams, the main character of this anime, had to come out and say this: I do not support anything like white supremacy. I don't want to be associated with anything like that. Well, too bad, bitch, the expert.
Too bad! You're white! You're a housewife! You're a white nationalist, sorry. At this point, you might as well run with it, because they believe it. Even if you say you aren't, they will still believe that you are. Yeah, everyone needs to cook. Not cooking for humanity would be bad. If everybody was able to cook and have some basic, like, knowledge about ingredients and food, all the major big, companies would go down the drain. That's just how it is. Like, all those, like McDonald's and all that stuff would go down the drain. Or they would need to update the quality of their food. No more sashimi. Yeah, it's internal white supremacy. They always find a way to spin nonsense. Yeah, they do.
Experts are here.
It's giving blood and soil. Like, you know? I just think that if I was part of a movement that had a lot of crossover with fascists and neo-Nazis and Nazi culture, I would probably make sure that my propaganda for my lifestyle did not, like, emulate the 1920s and 30s. Just how I do stuff, though, you know.
First of all, what is this voice? I see you're happy. Do you know who else was happy? Nazi propaganda.
Maybe she's a smoker. You know, potentially. You never know. Just an idea.
This like fake apathy shit is just as performative as putting on a 1950s housewife dress and doing little cosplay on TikTok. Let's be serious for a second. Nobody doesn't care that much. And for the love of God, blend your eyeshadow. The desire to live in the 1950s ignores the reality of that decade. What's wrong with the tradwife trend is that it romanticizes a time when staying in the home and marrying a man as means for socioeconomic survival was mandatory, while women, people of color, and the LGBT community were nowhere near equal. When tradwives glorify this decade, they're glorifying a time that was actually pretty terrible for a lot of people. Oh, so you're a tradwife? Have you heard about a little thing called segregation? I don't believe any of these women want to bring back segregation or like polio.
The thing is, you can apply that idea. You can apply that idea to a lot of other things as well, right? You can apply that idea to a lot of other things as well. Technically, I could apply all the OnlyFans shit to real life prostitution. You are glorifying actual prostitution. Stop it. Like, what is this argument? You can go through a lot of things. Well, Dr. Dress, what's the difference? Song playing in the background is fitting. Well, I cannot believe that woman is like wearing up makeup. Now she's from Cali. Fucking autocorrect. Yeah, the lovely autocorrect. It's like, what is this argument? Because if we're going by that, I couldn't drive BMW, because, you know, it might glorify World War II. What the heck?
In fact, there are a lot of black tradwives too. It's like a whole thing. Honestly, this is the most feminist I'll ever say. I believe a lot of this bullying that these tradwives are facing comes from an underlying resentment or internal resentment we have towards traditionally feminine behavior. Let me just slip into video essayist mode for a second.
What the heck happened?
Does society hate femininity? I don't know. I don't think so, but it certainly sees it as weak. You see this, of course, with a lot of the right-wing macho shit. Drinking Starbucks is feminine and therefore weak. But you also see it on the left, or at least the liberal left. Liberal Hollywood, to be exact. And it's being disguised as progressivism. We see this a lot, but the two that immediately come to my mind are Lola Bunny and the green M&M. Okay, yes, this sounds silly, but hear me out. Watching Tucker Carlson's obsession with the green M&M losing her sexy boots was hilarious, but it is kind of weird how the vice president of M&M said they changed up her boots for sneakers to signify empowerment and
I'm shocked Shu is now a trad wife. She upgraded. It's like, I mean, technically she probably is right. Because I don't think she has like she has like a regular job outside of YouTube, right? So she would just be at home making videos all the time. It's also like, I agree that society has started to dislike femininity. You just need to take a look at video games and the uglification of women in video games. We look at Asian video games and women are pretty. We look at Western video games and women are actively trying to be made unattractive. I mean, you can just look at the model that was there for Star Wars Outlaws, right? You look at the main character of Star Wars Outlaws, and you look the women that they used for that model, and you realize this isn't even the same person. The chick in Star Wars Outlaws looks like Chewbacca.
Confidence. There's also Lola Bunny losing her bunny curves. And the director of Space Jam 2 said it was because it's important to reflect the authenticity of strong, capable female characters. So why exactly is traditional femininity, whether it's female clothing or female bodies, seen as the opposite of strong and empowering? Why do women need to be masculine to be considered strong? And it's not just female clothing or female bodies that are considered weak. It's also traditional female personality traits. I'll give you 3 examples off the top of my head. From the new She-Hulk show, Jennifer Walters has arrived, and she wants nothing to do with saving the world. She's ready to be honest about life with her newfound powers, juggling her career and dating life. To the Snow White remake. Rachel Zegler says she's bringing a modern edge to Disney's live-action Snow White. She's not going to be saved by the prince or dreaming about true love. And
Big business will find new ways to make money, true. The things like, when you look at all of these and you realize that you turn women into second-class men. Because instead of saying women are have other traits, let's support those traits, let's elevate those traits, you decided, scrap that, turn them into second-class men. Because that's what it is. It is weird. I don't understand it. Because, like, you turned feminism, femininity, into femdudenism. I don't know what to call it. Men just not as good. And that's the funny part, right? Now, men over the years have performed worse and worse, right? There's less men in colleges, there's less men getting degrees, there's less men. Men are underperforming in the workplace as well, right? But generally speaking, men still perform better. But it has gone back.
And even the new Little Mermaid remake. I'm really excited for my version of the film because we've definitely changed that perspective of her just wanting to leave the ocean for a boy. It's about herself, her purpose, her freedom, her life, and what she wants.
The thing is, the people that love these stories, right? The people that like these stories, they're not gonna watch your story because they're here for the story that they grew up with. So you're pretty much just shooting yourself in the foot. Because a lot of these live-action remakes that have this messaging failed.
As women, we are amazing, we are independent, we are modern, we are everything and above. I'm glad Disney is updating some of those themes. There are dozens and dozens of other examples, but you get it. If you've been alive for the past 10 years, you get it. The seemingly unending push of the strong, independent woman who don't need no man, who focuses on herself and her career, who has no time for true love or saving the world. Who cares about other people? It's called self-care, sweetie. It's no wonder people see something like this, a woman unapologetically embracing her femininity, not just in style, but in lifestyle. Embracing a lifestyle where she puts her family and her loved ones.
Now that she mentions this, it is a lot just me, me, me. Now that she mentions it, I see a pattern. The stories are written now very egotistical, where it's about me and my success, not about, like, maybe that's why they dislike it? Because it's putting others before themselves? Like, that aspect that they dislike? Interesting.
First, above herself and above her career, it's no surprise people see that and think it's subversive. Because it is. Okay, that concludes video essay mode. I look like a drag queen. There is, of course, another side of this, the conservative side.
And who comes to save these women when the police... You mean, like, what? What are you trying to say?
Which believes that all women are just meant to be in the home, and that men should do none of the housework. Apparently.
I do not know how to operate the laundry machine. When my wife said, "Oh, could you go put the laundry in?" I have done it. I have had to ask her to guide me every step of the way. That is not something that comes naturally to men.
Who comes to save these women when they call the police? Okay. Dudes. Mostly men. Mostly men. That's the interesting part. Who comes when their houses burn? Men. Who comes when their sink is like when there's water coming out of like some pipes? Mostly dudes.
I'm sorry, but it is very weird that a grown-ass man does not know how to do laundry. Apparently he's not even the only one.
Alright, Drew?
The funny part is I do know how to do the laundry. I know how to use the manly men. True. Though I don't necessarily think that a manly man needs to you know, be in the police or a firefighter, right? I think it's much more what a man does in general, how he carries himself, that makes him manly. Who comes to take the trash away? It's mostly men. Fun fact, if you get a job like this here, right? They don't even pay that bad because they know it's a job that is necessary for the infrastructure. To be fair, most of the stuff that is created by men and maintained. That's just how it is.
Well, this is a trick question because I have not done anything around the house for 40 years.
Ben, you answered dishes. Mrs. Shapiro said, "I'm not sure Ben knows how to do laundry, so I'll go with the dishes."
Ben, your wife is a whole-ass doctor and you don't know how to work a laundry machine? What? Now, although I have a more socially libertarian outlook on this than they do, I do actually agree that one parent staying in the home with the kids is the best thing for a family. But my mom stayed home for a while, and then they switched, and my dad stayed home for a while. And to this day, I have a great bond with both of my parents, and I wonder if that is part of the reason why.
I actually agree with the idea of switching. But in order for that to be feasible, women would need to choose a job that pay better. Or there needs to be some financial support that is possible. Because right now, most of the time that's not really possible.
I was lucky, and I wish everyone could be that lucky. Being a stay-at-home parent is a job, and honestly, it should pay like a job. I can't think of a more important role in society than raising the future generation. In fact, this is a major reason of why I consider myself a socialist. I believe culture can trickle down from economics, and I believe certain policies that people like Matt Walsh and Ben Shapiro might disagree with, could make it possible to get back to that time where people can raise a family on one income. If someone is able to live that traditional lifestyle, they are extremely privileged to do so. Because let's face it, men are f***ing broke nowadays. There have been several articles about how women are single because they can't find a man who makes more money than they do. Because no matter what women f***ing say, they want a provider. Women hate the wage.
Yeah. Women hate the wage gap, but they needed to find the mate. That's the duality of woman.
Gap until a motherfucker asks to split the bill. They want someone who can take care of them and take care of their children. Most men can't fucking do that. They can barely afford to take care of themselves. It is nearly impossible to take care of a family on one income in America today. But why? Some people say it's because of
I can say as a German guy, this is not possible here either. It's not possible. It's not feasible. It doesn't work.
capitalism. Other people say it's because of feminism. And some really insane people will say it's a little bit of both. The thing is, feminism has completely failed women.
So I'm gonna say, am I also insane in this case? Because I also believe it's both. Huh.
To be more precise, lean in, pink pussy hat, girl boss, neoliberal feminism has completely failed women. Whew. Women aren't fulfilled. Men, for that matter, are not fulfilled. Everyone's depressed, lonely, overworked, atomized, and many people, men and women, are longing for a time that probably will never exist. A time that will probably never come back. A time of economic security, economic growth, community, strong unions, higher wages.
Remember the time when you were able to get a job and you knew you're gonna work at that same job for the next 30 to 40 years? You just need to work even harder like a real man. Turn into the absolute alpha male workaholic there is.
Affordable housing, racism, lobotomies, back when they put real cocaine in Coca-Cola. Put the cocaine back in Coca-Cola, you cowards. Sorry.
That would probably ease some people's pain out there.
Scratch those last two things. You get what I mean, though. When I look at videos like this, I don't see a fetish. I don't see white supremacy. I see escapism from neoliberal hell world. And more importantly, I see someone doing what they want to do and not hurting anyone. There's nothing wrong with choosing to work for your family who loves you instead of a boss who hates you. There's nothing wrong with dedicating your life to something bigger than your next Amazon purchase. In conclusion, leave the TikTok tradwives alone. If you like this video,
we need to yandere shoe on head in every video.
please consider subscribing and donating to my Patreon, link down below. We're doing Discord movie nights together every month, and it's a whole lot of fun. So I would love to see you there.
Interesting, interesting. That'll be the end of the video, though. Interesting that the tradwives were getting their ass beat like this by other women. That's very interesting. Anyways, I need a quick break. I need a quick break. So I'll be right back. Just gotta get a quick break. I have returned. Hold up, wait a second. Oh, it's a bit too loud, potentially. Well, the stream is dead. Time to play a real game like Pong. I mean, yeah, Saturday's always kind of dead. It's also dead because the usual suspects aren't here. So there's that. But it's also chill because I can just also focus on the react, so I don't really mind. But that's just me. That is just me. Next up, I want to watch this one.
From the time machine.
This is a video by Moon. We're living in a dystopian movie. Let's get into it. What is that dystopian movie? I do not know. Dear Raven, they will be punished. Nah, Raven is with her. Is not here. She has good reason not to be here though. Can you drive? I do not have a car, and also not a driver's license. This shit is expensive as hell. Deny them Pokemon streams. True.
From the time machine to 1984 all the way to the Hunger Games, dystopias have only gotten more popular over time. This could be because the stories they tell and the worlds they explore seem increasingly similar to
I fucking hate Moon. I'm curious. I'm just curious.
our own. Looking at all the seemingly unsolvable issues within our own society leads us to that very question. Are we today also living in a dystopia? Well, to understand whether our world qualifies as one, we really need to just figure out what a dystopia actually is, and what sets dystopian media apart from other genres.
I'm fairly certain he stole his art from another channel. I do not know such a thing, so I can't tell. I would actually say that we are at the beginning steps of a dystopia, because, you know, the rise of AI and AI girlfriends. People don't want no longer want to have girls and girlfriends and boyfriends and stuff. I think we're on this. We're making baby steps towards that.
At the most basic level, it can be understood as the mirror image of a utopia. While a utopian society is either close or has already attained perfection, a dystopia is the opposite. It's a world where negative aspects of society or massive looming problems dominate everything else. It could be nearly anything, from out of control technology to an oppressive regime, or even the consequences of some cataclysmic world-changing event. As long as you've got that,
His videos are always negatively framed. Yeah, true, I agree with that. It just makes a BS and jumps it out. Could be. They're sometimes just so outlandish that I like to watch them. That's pretty much it.
that's the only restriction is that society still needs to exist. While it wouldn't be very nice to live in a world where the zombie apocalypse has taken place, if wider society has already broken down, then it wouldn't be dystopia. So this is the nuts and bolts of the genre, but it still doesn't really tell us anything about why people like the genre or how much a dystopia resembles our own world. One lucky byproduct of how messed up the world has become is that we've got plenty of material here to help us along. When the world shut down in early 2020, it was pretty easy to see why people thought we were living in a dystopia. Between the empty streets and the 24/7 news coverage, it was almost impossible to go through your day without being confronted by it all. It wasn't surprising that in the first 2 months of the outbreak, the game Plague Inc. saw its global downloads more than double.
Wait, what? That is wild. The pandemic made it so that a game is being downloaded more. That is interesting. People wanted to test how well the virus can wipe out the humanity. Where the heck is Deer and Raven, Deer, and Aitsu? Aitsu was here in the beginning, but I assume she's probably in bed now. I assume. Raven is also not here for good reasons, I know, and Deer was here in the beginning. He's now no longer here. Yeah, he just figured out how to play the algorithm. Search engine optimization as well.
pushing it towards the top of the App Store charts. Its gameplay of managing the spread of a pathogen was all the more relevant. The film Contagion, which depicts an imaginary flu pandemic, also saw a massive burst of interest. It went from being the 270th most popular movie straight into the iTunes top 10 for digital downloads. These jumps in popularity were pretty predictable, really.
Imagine you put out a movie in 2011 and it starts exploding because of a real life pandemic. I don't think the people that made this movie actually anticipated that. You see this, Raven? Why are you slacking, huh? Nah, she's not available for the next few days.
In the same way that any movie which seems to predict the future will see renewed interest. If audiophobic aliens really did invade, then A Quiet Place would probably see a meaty bump in sales, at least among people who don't mind reading subtitles. But while Contagion and Plague Inc. aren't really dystopias either, it does illustrate the key behind what's made the genre what it is today. Dystopias are based on taking a problem with our own world and magnifying it until it dominates and defies everything. If you're a writer or any kind of artist, there's clearly more value in doing this with negative aspects of society compared to the good parts. It'd simply be boring to read or watch a film about a true utopia, as there isn't really any conflict or stakes.
No, the counter is gone, because like for reaction videos, I don't want to have it, like for reaction streams, I don't want to have it here because it might be distracting.
When the problems have already been solved. But dystopian media, on the other hand, can tell us something about our own world. By magnifying a real problem through the lens of fiction, we get a different, more detailed look at it than.
But yeah, always when it's like about dystopias and stuff, it's always the negative aspects. The video games like Deus Ex, right? They always use like the negative part of what if humans get augmentations for their body, right? Any like virus situation, right? Any other thing. It's always negative. It's never good things when I think about it. Makes sense the virus was on everyone's minds. True.
we could get on our own. By making the problem define the entire story, it lets us focus completely on it. In our own lives, there's too many other things that get in the way, and it's in this way that dystopian media helps us take control over these daunting, practically unsolvable problems that we're faced with today. While there isn't much surviving philosophy on how to make a dystopia, there's plenty of philosophers who try to do the opposite, and figure out what makes a perfect society. Some of them never really saw their plans put into action. Plato's idea of an idealized society involved a strict caste system ruled over by mathematician, philosopher.
Yeah, right. We have utopias as well by this is Nietzsche, Plato, Karl Marx, whoever that one is down here. The last one, I don't know. The count is gone, good, because the count always has an error. Yeah, it always does, because like it doesn't update if somebody subscribes outside of the stream, so it's always annoying to have that. A mega shark is in the black hole. Sharktopus. The world ends if humans augment themselves. True, kind of, yeah. God is just like, I had enough of these little morons. You gotta go. I had enough of you. You're destroying my creation. Piss off.
Kings. But as far as we know, nobody ever really tried this. Other ideas were more successful. Confucius and his ideas about society laid the bedrock for over 2,000 years of Chinese history. By far the most impactful utopian philosophy of recent history began with Hegel, a 19th century German philosopher. He saw history as a slow, inevitable march towards an enlightened, free society. In his view, everything was leading up to that utopian point, and it's an essential part of.
When I look at humanity right now, there is nothing enlightened about humanity. In fact, I think people got more ignorant, in fact, over the last last decade at least.
Of his theory of dialectics. But while we might not have reached that point yet, we have seen one of his students' theories put into practice. Marx took Hegel's ideas and applied them to a struggle between the workers and an oppressive ruling class. Over history, this internal struggle played out time and time again, inevitably leading to a communist utopia after the workers finally triumphed. But unfortunately, this never really happened either. In fact, when communists got into power, it led to some of the most dystopian and oppressive societies ever.
Communism doesn't work because the goal of communism is to wipe out human greed, but human greed can never be wiped out, so people are just gonna society came along and said, instead of wiping out greed, how about we use it for our benefit? That's how we got, actually got the capitalism we have today. My theory is black hole is a time travel or teleport or another alternate universe. So, who was it? I forgot. Stephen Hawking said that everything that falls into a black hole will pretty much be destroyed, right? That's his math. Problem with that is, if we look at everything that if you can just take a piece of paper and burn it, if you capture everything, like the radiation, the atoms, everything, in theory you would be able to recreate that. Black holes say that that's not possible. But black holes have a lifetime, right? Where does that even go? All that information that gets inside a black hole. So it could very well be transported somewhere else. That could be the case. You will never figure it out though, because you cannot get inside a black hole.
Whether it's a fault with people or it's a fault with communism itself doesn't really matter for our purposes. The fact remains that these utopian ideas enabled one of the most oppressive dystopian regimes in history. The Soviet Union even directly inspired one of the dystopias we'll talk about later. But it's clear that utopian thinking and the lengths people go to achieve it can easily lead to a dystopian society instead. Once the ends justify the means, any amount of suffering becomes excusable to reach the end goal. There are some theories that don't directly describe how to create a dystopia, but they do predict that the slide into a dystopian society is inevitable. One of my favourite TV shows is Mr. Robot, and you can probably tell by the amount of times we use the clips in the show. But did you ever see the mail service they use in the show? Well, they're actually today's sponsor, Proton VPN. The VPN that is taking over the world with its massive global network. Proton's trusted reputation and accessible plans, starting at just $3. Technology and scientific progression leads to a dystopia. Either we're guaranteed to abuse the tools it gives us, making the world worse, or the technology changes society itself and creates the conditions that lead to a dystopia. Ted Kaczynski, otherwise known as the Unabomber, was just one of
He follows me everywhere. Everywhere I go, I see his face. The fact that one day that will happen, we will have the potential to create robotic partners is scary. That is peak dystopian. That is peak dystopian material. If communism was never born, the Russian Empire may still be active and no Korean and Vietnam War. Potentially, yeah. However, communism does exist. Well, they tell you all the time that it wasn't real communism, but then again, what is real communism? I've never seen it, because they always say there's no real communism.
One of the people who believed in these ideas. Now, he had some insane thoughts on how to try and change things, and seemed delusional that he could even affect things in any way. But the basic ideas in his manifesto are lucid, and it was even used as evidence that he was very capable of knowing his actions were wrong, as it was a very well written manifesto with many interesting thoughts. You see, he thought that industrial society and technology was slowly stripping people of their natural freedom, whilst destroying the natural world in the process. The outward benefits of technology are enough to convince people to just let this happen, but he ignores just how much of an impact modern technology has in making people's lives better in general. For starters, lots of the people watching this today would be dead if not for modern medicine. Modern agriculture means that most people don't have to slave away in the fields, and bad weather.
Yeah, I agree that a lot of like modern technology is good, right? However, it does have a point that it is stripping us of our natural freedom. Because everything we do now, everything that influences us, is dictated by algorithms. He isn't entirely wrong, though.
Weather doesn't generally lead to mass famine anymore. There's even the fact that as a country becomes more industrialized and more developed, it also becomes more likely that it's a democracy rather than a dictatorship. In nearly every metric, it does seem like technology has made the world better for most people, at least so far. The past 20 years or so have started to bring some very big doubts into people's minds. When new technologies get developed today, it often seems like the negatives massively outweigh the benefits.
Well, no, you are immortal. You will bow before me. Well, big YouTubers always sponsored BetterHelp and Raid Shadow Legends. That game sucks and BetterHelp is a scam. Yeah, a lot of people don't know. They don't look into BetterHelp, which is why they like TikTok, for example, is actively running BetterHelp ads. And the sponsors is like people looked into that and we know it's a scam. These aren't actually trained psychiatrics and stuff. It's always just regular ass people. And for Raid Shadow Legends, they pay well. That's about it. They just pay well.
The internet and instant global communication has led to social media and all the damage that's done to society as well. It also pushed mass surveillance and data harvesting into overdrive. AI promises to be the next big thing, but some of its most popular uses include role-playing with a fake girlfriend or replacing the Earth's need for humans in the first place. It all gives the impression that at some point in the past few decades, technology became more destructive than constructive for society. And if this trend
It's like the meme, you know? Like a man, a early human going to a fully developed human, and then at one point he turns around and says, "Go back, something went wrong." This is the same situation. Go back, something went wrong. Yeah, deer is keeping himself fit, just as it should be.
trend does exist and it does continue into the future, it will lead to a dystopian society if it hasn't already. With all of that said, we can get down to the specifics. The question of whether our world is a dystopia might be best answered by people's personal experiences. If the world's problems are preventing someone from having a good and meaningful life, then for all intents and purposes they're living in a dystopia. But what are those specific problems? Well, let's go through these problems and look at the dystopian media that analyzes them. While it's definitely outshined by other big problems.
So since I lost my meaning in life, would that mean that I'm living in a dystopia? By what he said? Interesting, curious. Oh, now we just need Raven and Aitsu. Yeah, I think Aitsu's in bed and Raven is not gonna be here for a few days.
With society, population collapse is a growing concern for nearly all of the world. The media doesn't really focus on it because it doesn't bring in any ratings. It's a gradual problem of statistics and trend lines. But when you examine it more closely, it could shake the very foundations on which our society is built. Modern economies are dependent on growth. If a country's economy stops growing for just a few months, it slips into recession and millions of people see the standard of living drop, often for years afterwards. Part of this assumption that the economy will just keep growing is built onto the idea that there will always be more people to fill all of the jobs that society needs. Population collapse throws a spanner in the work.
We can't do that. Japan is one of the first countries that will be hit really, really hard. South Korea already has that problem, where like they don't have enough people to replace. China's also one of those. It's not as severe, but it's there. Yeah.
As it stands today, large parts of the working population in nearly all developed countries are set to enter retirement over the next few decades, but there's far fewer people being born or entering the workplace to fill this gap. It means that the world is already dealing with a large dependent population compared to a small proportion of working, economically productive people. It's not the kind of problem that seems like it would create a dystopia all on its own, unless you dial this up to 11. That's the scenario that the 2006 film Children of Men explores. The film is set in an alternate future where nobody has been able to have children for 2 decades, pushing society to the edge. Developing countries have almost entirely collapsed without a working population to keep them sustained. Richer, developed countries are a bit better off, but the massive amounts of refugees combined with the economic hardship have pushed them deep into authoritarianism. The film revolves around an apathetic civil servant trying to protect humanity's last chance at a brighter future, the only baby to be born in years. A lot of the movie's strength isn't in the plot though. Instead, it's the background information and the details that really tie the film together. There's so much there to make it feel authentic. Some of the details that fans have noticed really show how much thought they put into this. While the film was released years before the Shard was built in London, the film is set in the future so it's visible in the skyline. Then there's the underlying detail that people have become even more obsessed with their pets because they're trying to fill the hole that children left.
We also have that now, what people call their pets fur babies, and treat them like human babies and have them on the same value scale and level. We already have that.
A lot of the political commentary and the details of the overarching story are left in the background as well. As we mentioned earlier, dystopian media often amplifies and magnifies things going on in our own world, and this is no exception. The two sides of the conflict in Children of Men are both distortions of today's political divide. The rich and powerful are depicted as fascist oppressors, living in their own little bubbles, oblivious to the suffering going on around them. They hoard art from the old world, but it's all meaningless because it's been taken out of the world which gave it context, and soon nobody will be around to appreciate it. They keep this shaky establishment in place with propaganda, brutal reprisals, and oppression. You would expect the film's version
Oh my baby, bitch, that's a dog. True. True.
of the left to therefore be the good guys, fighting to take down the oppressive system, but instead they're just much more morally grey. One of the first action scenes is later revealed to be an inter-faction assassination plot, for example, and it shows how divided and power-hungry they really are, trying to use humanity's last hope as a political tool. They clearly want to tear down the old order, but that's the only thing they're unified by. At the end of the film, in a big battle scene, they're still just as violent and threatening to the last hope of humanity as the government has been. The whole
Some parts of the European population are declining. That means they don't want kids, or some of them is asexual or aromantic. I think the amount of people that are asexual or aromantic is in the 0 point something percentage. That I don't think it has really something to do with that. I think it has to do with that we taught society that having a family is bad. That's what we did. Every movie does it. When we look at fathers in movies or TV shows, they're always a bumbling, incompetent fool. The women are always boss babes. People are raised to not have children anymore. Funny enough, people still want children, though. It is really weird, and I think a lot of that comes also from Hollywood being pushed. Having a family is amazing. Bro, you're 17, you didn't have a family. How can you tell? But yeah, I would, like I said, you see my tweet. I would love to be a father one day. I really would love that. Just not enough available women out there. Bitch, I'm a dog, woof girl. Bro, you barking for others?
Political conflict running through the movie is framed as the result of hopelessness for the future. But when they see that hope and they see the baby at the end of the movie, it's one of the most powerful moments in the film.
I mean, like your own family, right? Wife, kids, not your parents and siblings. That is also a family, but it's not your own family.
All the conflict and the fighting just stops when they can see that there is still hope. Children of Men does a great job at visualizing our worst fears when it comes to population collapse, but it goes even deeper than that. The film explores the problems with a decaying society. The fact that it's all so intuitive and recognizable shows us a lot about our own world today. The deep resemblance definitely pushes us towards the conclusion that we are in fact living in a dystopia, but it also definitely helps that the movie is trying to imagine what our times would look like. It's a very realistic, close to home dystopia set only a few years from the current day. A different test would be to see how our world stacks up against a dystopia that seems like it's much more different to our world. One where flying cars, cyborgs, and other futuristic technologies are everywhere. Like the world of Blade Runner 2049, cyberpunk as a genre.
Are you lonely? I can fix that. iRobot will get soon. iRobot is very close. We're very close to that, thanks to Elon.
And Blade Runner in particular focuses on what it means to be human and where we should draw the line between human and machine. In the film, we see a world where every intangible part of humanity has been figured out and replicated, then turned into a product. These human-like machines or replicants are everywhere in the film, and they're treated like a lower class of individual. They're human in pretty much every single way except for the fact they still can't have children of their own. It's the final barrier yet to be broken down by technology, and Blade Runner 2049's world uses it as justification for their slavery. The story follows Kay, a replicant whose job it is to hunt down other replicants that have gone rogue and rebelled against their programming.
I guess I'll just donate sperm for money so humans don't decline. I'm gonna fix the world by making a bunch of babies that don't know me. Wonderful.
process, he discovers the body of a replicant who was given birth. It's a discovery that could change the whole society's view on replicants, but as we'll find out, it's also something which could seal the fate of replicants as lower class citizens forever. Wallace, the de facto corporate overlord of the world and the creator of the replicants, also wants to find the promised child. Replicants are still expensive and slow to create, meaning they still can't fully replace people. If he can unlock that final secret, it'll perfect his product and give him pretty much total.
I'm a furry after all, but no, I don't. Interesting. Actually believe I'm a dog, nor do I actually act like a dog, despite the fact that I semi-dress in furry attire. There's people though that actually believe that, right? There's a chick in Germany that was interviewed that says she is a girl, but she's also a fox, and in that fox state she's 3 months old. And it's like, give her meds, thank you.
Total control. It's this fact that makes the film feel so close to home, despite all the futuristic technology and skyscraper-sized holograms. It's a world caught in an awkward middle phase, stuck between the past and a utopian future. If non-sentient replicants were perfected and there were enough of them, you could imagine freeing up enough resources for everyone to have a good life. But instead, their scarcity and the tyrannical control of corporations has made the world even more unequal. All the wealth and power is hoarded by the ruling corporate class. The rest of the world is left in an even worse position. We see this in the film when he visits the factory that is all still held up by child labor and oppression. The technology that promised salvation for the masses has instead.
I don't know, looks like average Chinese minds. I see no issue.
Only deepen those gaps. It mirrors the way that technology seems to be impacting our world today. We're constantly told about how innovations like AI are going to make the economy more productive and therefore make people's lives better. But as we've gotten more advanced, people are increasingly seen as numbers on a spreadsheet. The further we go, the more the world seems to alienate people.
There's also jobs like a lot of the design jobs that just got straight up replaced by AI. Because they were trained on the stuff that the people made. Yeah, if you are in any capacity involved with like design stuff, they are already using the stuff that you created to replace you.
People. Despite massive improvements in productivity and wealth creation, tons of people are just poorer and have less opportunities than they had 10 or even 50 years ago. The world of Blade Runner 2049 has gone further on this path than ours has. Corporations are publicly in full control of every branch of the government, for example, rather than just pulling the strings from the background.
People wouldn't have for example, have issues with putting food on the table if companies supermarkets especially, didn't throw away waste food. Because, for example, here in Germany, if a homeless person goes to like one of those garbage disposals at supermarkets and they take something out, they will be charged for that. Now the supermarket can't use that anymore, but they're still gonna be charged for that because it's stealing.
But the fact that we're even on this path to begin with betrays a dystopian quality about our modern world, and how it doesn't seem like it's designed for people anymore. This is just one small part of the themes explored by Blade Runner 2049, of course. To get a more detailed breakdown, check out our full video on the movie. We've seen 2 dystopian societies so far that have turned into dystopias by outside forces. Either the progression and misuse of technology in the case of Blade Runner, or a global fertility crisis in Children of Men. But these aren't necessary. All you need for a dystopia is a society that's reliant or even designed to create its own misery. Enter 1984, the essential and possibly the most oppressive dystopian society ever imagined. There's a reason that 1984 has had such a huge impact on culture. It explains the workings of an oppressive society incredibly well. Even decades later, and nothing else gives us the same tools to accurately deconstruct the totalitarianism of our own world, which we've also done a huge video on before. The world of 1984 is defined by stagnation. The ideology of the ruling party and the world they created is expertly designed to suppress and dominate every other part of life. One of the most striking parts of Orwell's dystopia is what the party has done to language. Normal languages like the kind that we use don't exist in a vacuum. Every word or phrase we say only has any meaning based on the context in which it's said. The philosopher Wittgenstein explains this through his theory of language games. Take the word cut for example. If you read it in a recipe, it's probably referring to something about chopping vegetables, but a director shouting it on a movie set would make the word mean something completely different. All words are like this, they're all dependent on the specific language game that you're playing at the time. They're just
This turned into a language education video. Interesting. Same here in America. Dumpster divers are very frowned upon, and get it. It's get it? It's unsanitary. I just think that if they have food that is going to going to expire, right? Right? Just make like a few tables where like people just can grab the food. Cause like you're not gonna make any money of this anymore. You might as well give it away for free. Like if something's gonna expire in 2 days and you know you will not sell that in 2 days anymore, just give it away. It's not gonna harm anybody.
Building blocks. In 1984 though, even this freedom is in the process of being suppressed. Or we'll imagine the party creating a new language called Newspeak, where most of the linking words have been taken out, while other words have been changed or removed entirely. The result is a language which has barely any building blocks and where the context has already been decided. It only works and you can only understand it in the context of submitting to a party rule. Rebellion and disagreement within the party line is therefore impossible to even comprehend when using Newspeak. As we've said before, dystopian media often amplifies things we see in our own world today. And while we haven't created a whole new language yet, we have seen certain words and phrases getting removed from our language completely. And social media is one of the biggest culprits. There's plenty of words which would be more accurate, but we can't actually say them because of YouTube's arbitrary rules. It's all the way to restrict—
Yeah, for example, I can't say suicide. If my channel was monetized, it would get me demonetized. Frankly, immediately. Which is why I can't say it. I would need to bleep it out. Which is stupid.
language so that things people talk about fit into the sanitized corporate context which they want to force on people. All the stuff we've been talking about seems to confirm our worst fears, that we are living in a dystopia. The fact that our society embodies so many dystopian qualities seems to confirm this, but it still isn't the full picture. There's still one part of dystopian media that we haven't actually fully discussed, and that's the theme of hope, which is always present in some way or another. Some dystopian stories have a positive ending, which implies that the society moved on from this phase and got better in some way. Children of Men is like that, for example. It's all about the power of hope. Others, like 1984, seem like they end with all hope having been—
Well, it's also the issue that the companies are worried about getting sued for the food making potentially ill. Then there needs to be something to happen in the government where it says when you do that and people consume that food, that they are also that they are doing it so on their own risk, right? That wouldn't be difficult to establish, that they're doing that on their own risk. It doesn't even have to be expired food, right? It doesn't have to be expired food. You know, it can just be food that, like, is only, like, good until the 25th of November, let's say that. Like, bread that is only good until the 25th of November. You know nobody's gonna buy that. You might as well give it away. Especially to, like, homeless people, right? Or, like, you have, like, I don't know, instant noodles are only good for today, right? On the 23rd for me. You might as well give them away because nobody's gonna buy them. Stuff like that. Where it's like obvious nobody's gonna buy that.
Being extinguished. The main character of Winston eventually succumbs to indoctrination and loses his humanity. But even in the bleakest dystopia imaginable, that hope still exists somewhere. The parts of life the party is trying to suppress and make people forget will always exist, however well they're hidden. It means that while our world has dystopian qualities—
Buy me a hoodie. It's cold as heck.
And it does seem to be getting worse in lots of ways, we'll never truly live in a real dystopia. The world is just too complex and varied for any one thing or problem to dominate it completely. There's still tons of problems, and for an increasing amount of unlucky people, they come to dominate their individual—
Let's just give food to food shelters that you don't need. Don't throw it away. Give it away to food shelters. There's old people that can't afford a lot of food. There's people who are really poor that can't afford a lot of food. It would solve so many issues.
Lives. It doesn't mean that the good parts of life like art, music, hobbies, friends and family aren't there. Our modern world has made it harder and harder to lose yourself in—
There is no way. Let me go back. There is no way. Did I just see that? Oh, that is wild. That is wild. You won't understand, but that is wild. The yellow text here in the middle, down in the middle, that's a German streamer who screams a lot. Has dropped the N-word occasionally. That is wild.
Has made it harder and harder to lose yourself in those parts of life. It all gets in the way, and we're bombarded with these dystopian problems constantly. And it's made the skill of being able to tune all of that out even more important.
Now we do. We are living potentially in a dystopia. I don't know. This video was alright. This video was alright. I need something else. I need something less, depressive. Hey!
Sometimes you gotta act.
Vask L. Community notes violating people. Let's see. Let's see. If these community notes are actually violating people.
Sometimes you gotta act depressed to get your relationship back. This is abusive behavior.
It is. It is. Starting over that one.
Creepy monster caught on camera located in Ohio. This is an owl. Alright, this is kinda scary. Why? 2019 to 2024. The picture on the right is...
I already was like, this looked normal. But she does look different now, because like she removed... What is it with women wanting to remove fat in their face? It's there for a reason. Stop doing this. It looks horrible.
Edited. A little bit of bleach and vinegar actually helps the flowers live longer. Mixing bleach and vinegar or another acid releases chlorine gas, which is toxic.
If you see somebody not having living flowers, this is why.
Watch a latex Chad billionaire punch out poor people in the debut gameplay trailer for Batman Arkham Shadow. Batman does not punch random poor people, as the tweet suggests. He specifically attacks criminals.
There was a debate about Batman being evil because he only hurts poor people. But the criminals are poor, but it's the criminals. The criminals are just poor though.
I've been dying of laughter this for 5 minutes and I don't know why. Fun fact, this orange fraud doesn't eat a single piece of lasagna this entire movie. He does.
That's Garfield's main purpose.
65 years for robbing a UPS truck is crazy. That man is going to jail for R and murder. Gen X is aging badly. She's 22. Gen X was born between 1965 and 1980.
How do you not know that? What? How do you not know that?
A simple, beautiful life. I was made to read books, wear pretty dresses, spend time in nature, and fall widely in love. Strawberries do not grow on trees.
I would delete myself of the internet if somebody caught me doing that. I would delete myself of the internet if somebody caught me. Oh my god.
As little as half an egg a day is associated with premature death. No correlation between eating a healthy diet with eggs and cardiovascular risk.
Yeah. Funnily enough, there is this myth around eggs where cholesterol is supposed to be really harmful. The problem is that natural cholesterol from eggs is not. You can eat as many eggs as you want. Nothing will happen to you. This is why I recommend. Guys, eat more eggs. No, dear, I don't mean nopon.
Link to a Harvard study is included below. The physician's statement is misleading because it uses fear of early death in order to sell his book. Guys, what are the possible effects of the 20 cigarette adapter? What do cigarettes even do?
Okay, bro. I didn't know the years Gen X was born either, but at least I didn't assume her age. True. I didn't know that before either, but really, 20 cigarettes is crazy. Just one quick pull and you're gonna be annihilated from. You're just gonna vanish.
Cancer. Aliens might be living among us, disguised as humans, or in a base inside the moon, according to a new Harvard study. Factual correction. The study itself claims aliens can be living among us, and it's not yet peer-reviewed or published, it's just a hypothesis, speculating about things without much proven fact.
It's also like every so often they come out and say that they found alien stuff and like they found like aliens and like UFOs and stuff. It's like, show me where. At this point the public doesn't even care when they say, oh, they found aliens. Okay, bro.
Annoying kids outside screaming non-stop. I went full old man and blasted a 7.4 hertz tone out of my window, and they left within 5 minutes. Can't believe that worked. Too high-pitched for me to hear, but not them. 7.4, also known as the mosquito, can cause hearing damage, trigger seizures, and creates problems for wild and domestic animals. It is dangerous to use it indiscriminately in populated areas. Gen Z would never understand. This photo was taken in a family video in 2019, which their stores would later close in 2020.
What? Especially since, like, we had that. You can, in fact, still go out and rent videos and movies. And even games.
Gen Z, beginning in 1997, very much know about video rental stores. A reminder that Womp and Thwomp are two separate beings. These are both Thwomp.
Yeah, right. This one is just more pointy, and this one is less pointy. But they're both the same thing.
The Super Size Me documentary guy who ate McDonald's every day for 30 days just died of cancer. We're not going to say it was the McDonald's, but Morgan Spurlock, creator of Super Size Me, was an alcoholic for over 30 years. Alcoholism has been shown to dramatically increase your likelihood of developing cancer. Looks like SpaceX will have to scramble a rescue mission to save 2 US astronauts stuck in Boeing Starliner capsule. Nobody is stuck on the ISS. I recently discovered that he's not saying, "It's a me, Mario," because Itsumi is the Japanese word for super.
Yeah, that is false. He does not say that. People tried to send around this rumor, but it's not true. It's not true. Mario doesn't say Itsumi Mario.
This isn't true. Nintendo's website always referred to the catchphrase as "It's a me, Mario," and never "Itsumi Mario," which is why it's been debunked. Lighthouse distribution in Africa. Uganda does not have lighthouses. America is the greatest country on earth, excluding China.
Uganda only has knuckles. Ugandan knuckles. Do you know the way?
The presentation was not from an American company. It was Ola, which is Indian. 7-year-old girl spends $3,000 and maxes out on her mother's credit card. This video is staged. The daughter did not actually max out her mother's credit card. They have made similar videos before, and the mother admitted they are skits.
I don't understand the point of these skits. I don't understand the people watching these skits either. But you do you, I guess?
Happy birthday to the beloved River Phoenix, who would have turned 54 if Johnny Depp hadn't killed him. Johnny Depp has never been suspected or suggested to have murdered River Phoenix. ByteDance is reportedly considering selling TikTok without the algorithm to someone outside the tech industry. ByteDance isn't planning to sell TikTok according to multiple credible news sources.
Right, they should remove it permanently.
A mother's love is unique and unmatched. That's the father, not the mother. Female pheasant-tailed cicanas leave after they lay their eggs. To find a new mate, the male takes care of the eggs and chicks. Lesbians.
Yeah, there's a lot of birds that actually do that, where they take care of the eggs. That does happen. Although Itsumi Mario would be very fitting. It would be very fitting, but it's not. Oh god.
Can be attracted to men, can kiss men, can do the deed with men, date multiple men, have the
Lesbians can be attracted to men. That defeats the whole purpose of being a lesbian. Lesbian can kiss men. True. I guess that is true. They can. They wouldn't, but they can. Men can have the deed with men. That technically also is true. They can. They just wouldn't do it. Lesbians can date men. No. Lesbians are not attracted to men. Lesbians can have with multiple men. Technically, yes. But they wouldn't. Lesbians can cuddle men. Yes. Lesbians can do whatever they want to do with men. Yes. But like, some of these are wrong. Like, they can. They wouldn't, though.
Indeed, with multiple men, cuddle men, do whatever they want with men, consensually.
The thing is, like, you are if you post this, you are a trans woman who is into men, not women. You are not a lesbian. Sorry to break it to that. Help, there's a frog in my house. Run! The frog! They turned the freaking frogs gay. How did this thing get in here? Fight the frog! Fight Yoshi! Yoshi is a dinosaur. Fight, is there any popular frog that I can think of? Fight Kermit! Fight Kermit! Send me a picture of Kermit.
Lesbians are not attracted to men. How to change the structure of your face. Your facial structure isn't all genetic. It can be transformed even after you're fully done developing.
Yeah, you know what happened? You lost weight.
This thread immediately directs you to buy a product. Physical face structure, phenotypes, are almost entirely hereditary, with only muscle and fat modifying this. While some things can develop a stronger jawline, this thread is likely just promotional material. Flaunt.
True. The only thing you can realistically do to get a better jawline is to lose weight. Monkey, it is not safe to touch it. Touch the Kermit.
Her Birkins, Range Rover, and Texas Mansion, but the 25 million Olympic gymnast has given no handouts to her penniless birth mum, who works as a cashier to make ends meet. Her mum abandoned her. Source: literally you, Daily Mail. Can someone explain why people are anti-nuclear? Because coal is cleaner.
As a German, I can say no, that's not true. In fact, we turned off our nuclear power plants to, you know, not be reliant on nuclear energy because it's unsafe in quotes. Yet we are running our coal power plants on full power, putting more carbon dioxide into the atmosphere. Woohoo! Amazing failure. Genius! Welcome back.
Coal is not in fact cleaner than nuclear energy. There's no dark side of the moon. With the Galaxy S23 Ultra, capture your night skies and share with us by replying to this thread. Samsung phones digitally fake images taken of the moon to make them appear sharper. It's so pathetic that Kendrick fans would justify this, to say that he addressed it on his album.
Oh no, the frog is gonna infect you with the gay. Alex Jones, right? They turned the freaking frogs gay. Your A sounds like the meme. Yeah, the frogs are gay.
Kendrick is a wife beater, and Drake did expose him. In this clip, Kendrick is describing how he snapped back against a bully who was repeatedly harassing him back when he was in 2nd grade. Should have died that day. Ladies call me George because I'm curious. There is no history of anybody referring to this user as George. Raw milk is safer than pasteurized milk. Raw milk.
This, by the way, is also a myth. Raw milk is not safer than pasteurized milk. Raw milk is, in fact, more dangerous than pasteurized milk because it does have more bacteria. You can drink it, but you shouldn't. Just like there's people who spread the lie that they're like, raw milk doesn't have lactose and pasteurized milk does have lactose, which is like Where does the lactose come from?
May contain pathogens such as Cryptosporidium STEC, Listeria monocytogenes, and Salmonella enterica, which can cause death. A Skibidi Toilet movie and TV franchise is in the works from Michael Bay. You idiots keep falling for fake discussion film accounts. It's embarrassing. This is the real
This is a real disgusting film. Nah, there's a Skibidi Toilet. Nah, this can't be real. This can't be real. This has to be done on April 1st or something. This can't be real. Curious George sounds like a TV show. It does. This can't be real. I don't believe this is real.
discussing film. Peanut butter is a liquid. We said what we said. Peanut butter is technically a Bingham plastic, a subset of non-Newtonian fluids. But under ASTM D4 it is classified as a liquid, not a solid. The TSA considers the nut spreader liquid, but is unrestricted if it's a sandwich ingredient. Biggest tech event of 2024. The iPhone 16 drops next month. Here are 8 mind-blowing features you can't afford to miss. 3 is insane. Not only is the post clickbait, but the features listed in the thread are features from iOS 18. iOS 18 and its features will all
I don't see the I don't see the reason to buying any Apple phones anymore, because everything that Apple puts out is quite literally just the same. Just the number goes up. That was a weird when that guy said that water's turning the frog was gay, and then I guess he was caught sleeping with men. I guess the water turned him gay. The 3-second rule is only true depending on several factors. First, how dirty is the floor? 2, how tasty is the food? And do you have any more? What kind of floor is it? I guess.
also be available in earlier versions of iPhone, and Apple Intelligence will be available also in iPhone 15. Lil Tay is back and she got a BBL. Lil Tay is 16 years old, and she does not in fact have a BBL. Wasn't she abused by her family or something? Taylor Swift wore T earrings at the 87th show of the Eras Tour. That is a cross. Neymar slid into my girl's DMs with a whole wife.
I don't get the hype bar on Taylor Swift. To me, it just sounds like her songs sound like nonsense. It's just she's always crying about some dude. I don't know, weird.
Wife and kids. Maybe he just wanted to play soccer with me by reaching out to her, but I don't know. This is a fake screenshot made to generate engagement. Neymar has not spent more than 24 hours without posting stories on his Instagram account. I have a huge pee-pee. This was already debunked in November last year by basically every single major news source in multiple countries.
Wait, what? I'm confused. What the... Huh?
Countries. Hi Germans, how to host perfectly? Just ask Qatar. More than 6,000 people died building the stadiums for the Qatar World Cup.
Right. Right. True. Hate is gonna hate. True.
OMG, it's real. It's not real. This is a scam. This 14-year-old CEO rejected a $30 million buyout offer. Shortly after this video, the company was exposed as a scam orchestrated by Kyle Sandler, who conned 1.6 from Opelika investors with fabricated deals and press releases.
Wait, a 14-year-old to scam people? That works? Interesting.
We're aware of significant social media commentary. Some of the comments are personal and hurtful. This is unacceptable. Being able to speak out against police behavior is not only acceptable, it is crucial to a free society. A thread of famous celebrities before and after they became famous. Michael Jackson. Michael Jackson has been famous since childhood.
That could bring a joke. I can't say it, but I have a joke in my head.
England ruined every country they came across. Spain didn't. The Spanish Empire was one of the most destructive and deadly in human history.
Yeah, a lot of people actually don't know that Spain was at one point an empire. A lot of people don't know that. They always forget that.
If Jake Paul can knock me out, every single person who likes this will get 50k. I'll put that in my contract. Dylan Dennis is worth 2 million. He would only be able to give 50,000 to 40 people. He is known to delete tweets of giveaways once he gets community notice.
I remember the whole Dylan Dennis situation back then, where like, bro has no balls. I think bro backed out of a fight. Don't remember which one it was, but bro backed out of a fight.
Noted. No way, next level. It is an edited video using AI. The original video doesn't have a dog. Against all odds, World of Warcraft subscription price hasn't changed in 20 years. World of Warcraft subscription has been increased several times over the years across the world, with the exception of USA. It even was reported by a PC gamer themselves. PC gamer has dementia.
Imagine a website having dementia. That couldn't be it. That is funny. We made everything better. This is anti-British. And I will not stand for the slander. Yeah, I remember him and Logan Paul being idiots. 2 idiots. Yeah, true. I think because people made fun of, like, Logan Paul's wife, I think. Is it still his wife? Was it Nina Agdal? I remember something like that. I could be wrong. I'm gonna destroy the British people. Because they talk funny.
Boy and Chum Chum never aired at Cartoon Network. In fact, this animated series was produced and is a Nickelodeon property. Sabrina Carpenter's obsession with Camila Cabello over the years. This image of Sabrina Carpenter has been digitally altered. 30 years ago, we sat in school classrooms quietly. No ADHD anywhere. Kids ate peanuts and had 0 food allergies. Almost no kids were obese. Autism simply didn't exist. Any ideas? This is what's known as perspective bias. All of this stuff did exist 30 years ago, but were not as widely well known at the time as they are today. That doesn't mean they didn't exist.
His wife's a whore, I think. If I remember correctly. He has kids now. Bro is a dad, except for when we had the Boston Tea Party situation. Kinda. I would say that all of these things got worse. Honestly. I don't know if with the peanuts with the allergies I have no idea, but the ADHD got worse. The obesity certainly got worse. Almost no kids were obese. I would actually say, when I look back, when I was a kid, there were a lot less obese kids. When I look at kids today, there are a lot more obese kids. So kinda true. And autism is also kind of 5 to 15%. That is still less. It's like maybe 50 today. Autism simply didn't exist in children. Obviously, I think that was also, in my opinion, less. Because some things can greatly increase the chance of a child having autism.
Yes, just because you are uneducated does not mean it does not exist. Welcome to the
I have heard. I cannot confirm.
Liga, Kylian Mbappe. This bozo edited the picture. Aaron Paul claims he made $0 from Breaking Bad streaming on Netflix. Aaron Paul was paid by AMC per episode. His character was supposed to last only 1 season, but was still paid millions for the role. Netflix did not create Breaking Bad, and are not contractually obligated to pay anyone except AMC for the streaming rights. This company sells sunlight at night. Important context.
Like, how can you make such an ad or a video, right? You cannot sell sunlight. The debauchery tea party is where the real body is.
In case it isn't obvious, this shows a simulated video. No such satellites have been launched yet, and the practicality of on-demand light from orbital mirrors remains unproven. As if the English are fighting the Germans already. This video contains an audio excerpt from a not safe for work video, which means when opening this in front of your mother-in-law, you may very well end up embarrassed and with some explaining to do.
The joke is porn. Grade.
This user is impersonating Pedro Neto, likely because the user is a virgin. Pedro does not have X, only Instagram.
Ow! Ow! All made up and anti-British. God, propaganda. We need to flood Britain. I'm just joking. But we need to get rid of the French. We will not eat the snails.
Simply roll water and pay attention to its growth. Each roll contains fertilizer to rejuvenate the fragile turf area. In the package shipping details, it provides 1 biodegradable glass seed mat. Seed is not included, which is questionable given the name seed mat. This item is more likely a seed starter mat, which would require a separate purchase of seeds. Man, why can't people just sell what they're supposed to be selling? Cristiano Ronaldo has never lost a match in which he scored the winning goal. Greatness on another level. Factual error. Despite the wording of this tweet making it seem impossible for Ronaldo to lose despite scoring the winning goal, this is still incorrect. Ronaldo scored the winning goal in a 1-0 defeat to Grenada in 2013. He scored this winning goal in the wrong net.
So Ronaldo does have has made goals in his own net. That is interesting.
They are going to lead us to a war because they think they own a country they hate. This is my flag, and it doesn't have any stars. The sun is a star. They're literally worshipping a golden calf in the Olympics opening ceremony. Wake the hell up! That is a bull. People love to sound sophisticated and brag about European art and architecture. I've seen America's and I've seen what they've got. They can't touch ours. The copper statue, a gift from the people of France, was designed by French sculptor Bartholdi. Its metal framework was built by Eiffel. The statue was dedicated in October 1886. OMG.
Imagine your greatest monument being made by the French. Pain on another level. Okay, we got UK again.
Creamfields Festival UK. These clips are not from Creamfields 2024, but are from Dominator Festival in Netherlands earlier in 2024. He came, he saw, he owned Madrid, then left. He did not own Madrid. Barcelona lost all 3 recent competitive games against Madrid when he was in the squad. Developing. Rick Ross describes a fighter jet shooting his private plane out of the sky before miraculously surviving the crash landing. Rick Ross's plane had an emergency crash land on May 3rd, 2024. Rick Ross jokingly made this video blaming Drake for the incident.
Why though? Why blame Drake? I'm confused.
How to get any unreleased skin for free. Go before patch. This is obviously fake. There is no such thing as a free skin. The new skins aren't even in the game files.
Really? I just got a community node of Brawl Stars. That is wild. The French. Oh no, not the Statue of Liberty. Mike and Jay getting sued, did you know? Wait, what do you mean they are getting sued? Explain.
No problem, I don't give a damn. XQC's response to being asked if Mr. Beast invited him to his new creator video. This tweet, while partially accurate, deliberately misses important context, something this account does often. XQC followed up by saying, "No one is entitled or deserves to be invited." Kamala Harris formally becomes the first black woman and first Asian American to lead the ticket of a political party. Ain't she Indian? What do you mean Asian American? India isn't Asia.
I still find this funny. That this woman said, right? That this woman said that she's Indian, but then tried to say that she's fully leaning into the "I'm black" thing. It's really weird. For scripting the fight. Ooh, so they did script the fight. Potentially, maybe.
Horsemen of 13+ websites infested with underage users. The age range for Scratch is designed especially for 8 to 16, not just for 13+, but all people of ages share and create with Scratch. What do you notice about women in China compared to the women in the United States? I noticed that China women are awarded $768,000 by their country for gold, and the United States rewards their women athletes $37,000 for winning gold. China does not pay its athletes this amount for gold medals. Hong Kong, which has its own NOC and competes independently of China, offers gold medal winners that amount of money. Warning, the White House has turned red, white, and blue for the second night in a row. It's happening. What is happening? There are so many tweets like this. Oh, it's happening. The world's ending.
It's happening. The world is going under. The world is gonna die, explode, whatever. 2012 hot tweet.
Apocalypse. The White House is lit up red and white and blue for the 2024 Olympics, infamous for its starvation
French?
wages. Walmart just posted staggering first quarter profits. The surge is a result of its strategic shift towards catering to affluent shoppers, while its full-time workers continue to rely on Medicaid and food stamps. Walmart non-corporate associates' average hourly wage is at $7.50 an hour with full-time benefits. The Pacers take game 1 in Boston. They lost. Good morning. This account is a fake account, also called a catfish account, who is posting images in order to farm.
Mission failed. We'll get him next time. My co-worker suggested that the fight was gonna be staged before it happened. Mash my mellow. What the heck? What the heck, dear? That sounds very homoerotic, my friend. But yeah, it was. I think this fight in general was just really terrible, really bad.
Engagements and followers, and most of such kind of fake accounts later change the username or sell their account. My Eurosummer vibe. No phone summer. The object on the left is in fact a phone. That's Multiverses tracking my IP. Multiverses uses AI to track your IP and location for the online mode. This is how the internet works. 2024 World Champions. They won the NBA Championship, which makes them the NBA Championships, not World Champions. Please report this account. The username was stolen. I love Kiwi for lunch is their new username. The Fur Affinity Twitter was hacked, and the hacker changed their name. To prevent the ad from being lost forever, someone picked it up to hold on to it, and the hacker is trying to send people after a good Samaritan.
Dear is gay confirmed. Martin, my mellow. This is very homoerotic, my friend. You need to stop. I'm worrying about you.
Also known as the colonizer community, to the world outside the West. Neither Canada, Finland, Ireland, Iceland, the Czech Republic, Slovakia, Switzerland, blah 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 blah, were ever colonial powers. However, the largest colonial power still in existence, the Russian Federation, is missing from this map.
True. Agree. They always want to go like white people are colonizers, right? But these are all white. What are you talking about? And Russia.
I think Paul needs to stop posting on Twitter and pick up a book. Permission to die, the doctor said. So no risks, play it safe, stand in line. Is that really living though? The Liver King has been known to promote a lifestyle known as ancestral living, but he has been dishonest in his use of steroids and other muscle growth
Yeah, the Liver King is using... The Liver King is using steroids, muscle growth chemicals, what people said. Yeah. and like people said like that it's just weird. Bro did not grow from livers. Let's just say that. You see, it would be gay if it wasn't a homie. I just saw the community post. Okay. When was the last community post even? Yeah, the chicks. The burbs! The burbs! Also, hello, James. How are you doing? Make me laugh. Awesome.
chemicals. So be careful following his advice on anything to eat or put in your body. According to the internet, I lied about cancer. However, for those last 2 years, I have been treating the symptoms of that cancer. Blood tests, medications, and so much more. We still have one test left to do, to verify which cancer it is. For now, we have been treating the... Boogie has admitted to lying about cancer.
Yeah, right, Boogie. Also, didn't he once do, like a naked stream or something? People were seeing his wiener.
Is this you playing with a minor? Good one, she/her. The internet will never fix your real threat, depression. The real threat is Dr. Disrespect, as he texted minors inappropriately, making him a predator.
I mean, true. I can't disagree. I still would love to know all the details about this. We still don't have all the details.
Here's my case for why you should vote for the crab. Hashtag Minecraft mob vote. All the information released about the mob vote specifies that the crab claw increases reach by placing blocks. Nothing about breaking blocks, nor hitting entities. How Apple Intelligence works. OpenAI. iPhone, your data. Apple. Apple Intelligence does not give your personal data to OpenAI. ChatGPT can be used by Apple Intelligence, specifically Siri, but is not required. A prompt is offered ahead of time before sending your request to OpenAI, and only prompt data is shared.
Elon Musk got community noted over 70 times. His own feature is his own worst enemy.
Wait, Elon, why are you spreading misinformation? I thought you hate misinformation. Bruh. When lug nuts are too tight to loosen with wrench, using your foot and bouncing carefully on wrench, and using your car as support for balance, as shown in the video, is a
Bruh.
common method to increase leverage to loosen the lug nuts. American Apocalypse games. The Metro video game series is Ukrainian, not Russian.
True. Metro is Ukrainian, not Russian. Well, there's not going to be that much Metro anymore because, you know, there's not much left of Ukraine, but there's that.
I don't know how that's got anything to do.
These were better than the last one. There was some really good ones in there. Still not, like, actually violations, but yeah, it's starting to get better. It has started to get better. It has started to get better. Let's watch. I want to watch some queso.
What do you mean bro's built like a 1x1 Lego piece?
Stop. I clicked in. Stop it. Queso's funniest look-alike moments by Canoon. I'm curious. This is gonna be really funny. I can feel it. Let's get into it.
What do you mean bro's built like a 1x1 Lego piece? What even is a 1x1 Lego piece? Yep, you're banned. First time donating to anyone, you're the funniest.
Ears. Is it too loud? Is it too loud? Chat, is it too loud? Is it too loud? I can turn it loud, a little bit less loud if you want to. Maybe that's better. Maybe that's better. Let's see. Just tell me if it's still too loud.
Dreamer, but you look like young Mac Guffin from Brave.
Just a sudden opening, okay. Look at this. That is wild. That is actually wild. That is a violation I would not take. That is certainly a violation I would not take. That is wild.
Bro missed all my donos, really missed today? And looking like Balanio Patura? Who is this?
Whale. The blue whale. There's a video of this guy created by Meat Canyon. This guy, Queso is amazing. I love this man.
You look like Ralph from Happy Days. Why did my dad just say that? Why did my actual dad just say that? Alright, ban my dad. Get him out!
His own dad!
Oh my god. Yeah, you're done, Dad. You're done! What an old head reference. Hey, Case, you're my favorite streamer, but you look like Pig God from One Punch Man.
What the fuck is that? What the fuck? Oh my god! This is evil! Oh heck.
This is your last day in the stream. Bro looks like the comic book guy from The Simpsons.
Oh my god.
Yeah, good stream.
It's also fairly accurate. It is fairly accurate. Look at this. The beard. The build.
Hey, Case, love your stream, but you look like Vandam from Xenoblade Chronicles 2. What?
Nah. Nah. Nah.
Who is this? What are you
Nah. Xenoblade mentioned. Nah.
Dude, how do you always find these? I just don't understand how there's just always a person. There's just always a new one. Always a new one. Hey, Case, love the streams and you're so handsome, but you look like Spatch from Good Burger.
This is evil.
Thank you for the $25. You're banned now. You're built like Marvin Grossberg. Who?
I mean, kinda? It's not that bad, but kinda.
Looking like Stephenson 218. I can guarantee you that this is either a star or a planet. And what
Bro already really knew it. Accurate. Sure.
you know, it's exactly what I thought. You're banned from the stream, Ducky. Case, has anyone ever told you look like Match Vice? Match Vice.
Did they fucking before that? Did they actually compare him to a fucking plane? This is disgustingly accurate. The beard is disgustingly accurate almost. There's not much missing anymore. Holy heck. Just needs a bigger mustache and glasses, true.
Yeah, I'll see y'all tomorrow. Yeah! Yo, Case, love the streams. Have anybody ever told me you look like Eunice from Bully?
What the heck?
Thank you for the 20. Hey, Case, you look like a revolving service structure?
What? Oh my god. React to Best of Family Guy compilation 2. I would not like to get copyrighted. Thank you.
Yo, $5. Why do you look like Henry VIII?
Oh my god! That's pretty accurate. Just the beard longer. We got queso in the past.
You look like Sloth from the Goonies.
Oh my god.
Why are you built like a 5.9 Cummins?
I mean, that's not half bad, actually. Bro's the whole ass engine.
Hey, Hey, Case, you're my favorite streamer, but you look like Pig God from One Punch Man.
Oh, wasn't that already in there? It was
This is
already
your
in
last
there.
day in the stream. You look like Mr. Creosote from Monty. Yep, you're banned from the stream. Chad, I look nothing like this guy. Nothing. Yo, Case, you kind of look like Bigaron from Legend of Zelda. Okay, this is probably gonna be bad. Chat, this is probably gonna be bad, bro.
Ocarina of Time mentioned, by the way.
Yeah, that's your last day in the stream, buddy. You're out of here. Hey, Case, hope you're having a great day. By the way, you look like... This sounds like a very muscular individual. This sounds like a very
Did they compare it to a McDonald's collectible? That is hilarious.
muscular individual.
Oh!
Love the stream. You kind of look like Big Pun. That's a new one. Okay. Thank you for the $25 donation. You're banned out of the stream now. Gojo Satoru. This better be an extremely in shape individual. That's pretty accurate. Chat, do I look like this guy? What cartoon is this?
Cartoon? Does this look like a cartoon to you? Okay, bro.
From? Also, you're built like Huel. What?
I've been mentally pronouncing Queso's name wrong. I mentally thought it was pronounced Case, E-O. That's interesting. Like, Kilos Extremos. Oh my god. Oh. Oh. Oh my god. Oh my god. She can place food on her belly.
I wish I would have missed these two, Emmett. Yo, Emmett, you're done! You're built like Milton from Lil Alchemist.
Accurate. Way too accurate.
I think I gotta shut the broadcast now. What is this?
From Smite.
Get this guy out of here, too.
What the heck?
Yo, good stream, chat.
This is crazy. This might be his wife.
Look at the side!
I'm all fat, no neck. No neck needed. Bro is immune to getting her neck broken and stuff. It's just a one long tunnel. She I should have thought she's immune to uppercuts. She's immune. No chin. She's immune to uppercuts. She's too powerful. She needs to be stopped.
You look like the Duke from Resident Evil Village. Wait a minute. I think I know who this is. It is! You're bad! Who was that?
Did they compare him to Yubaba? Ain't no way.
No! No! You know what? No, I'm gonna ban you. Yeah, you're not getting away with it too. I'm not letting two of them slide. You're banned. Hey, Case, watched American Idol yesterday, and you kind of look like Will. Who? Will Mosley?
That is actually super accurate. That's insane. I should be called the shopkeeper from Resident Evil Village. Okay, so, oh my god. Look at this. Look at this.
Highly similar? I look absolutely nothing like this dude. We have legitimately no similarities whatsoever. None at all. Yeet's new song literally describes you.
Bigger than everything. That's wild.
Bigger than everything. Yo, I'm about to shut the stream off, chat. Yo, do not shake. Yo. Hey, dude, come on, man. I love you, Case, but you're built like Gwildor. Who is Gwildor? What is a Gwildor?
Did they compare him to Did they compare him to Nigel from Rio? That is crazy.
Gwildor.
Oh no! Not Gwilda from Grayskull. No, not Gwilda from He-Man.
Okay. Hey, I appreciate the $10. Thank you, bro. Hope you enjoyed that massive gummy worm I sent you. Anyway, I decided to get something chat, and I think you look like.
This is outright horrendous. Oh my god, this is straight up evil.
So you get me the London Eye figurine. Are you actually kidding me, Morgan? Huh?
What the heck? Horrendous. This is straight up evil.
Who just said bro turned into a busted can of biscuits? What are you talking? Yo, I'm cutting the stream. What is that? Dude, no!
No! No! No! Nah. This is this is straight up evil. evil. This is evil.
What am I Yo, not the Kung Fu Panda!
I can't do this anymore. I really can't do this anymore. Oh, my throat is completely in the trenches. By the way, the Mr. Beast interview dropped on Oompaville channel. If you're interested, it's like over 2 hours long. Oh my god, nah, nah.
Whole stream's about to get cut off. The Discord's about to get deleted. Buddy, this is not my side profile.
Honestly, I already hate giant candles here in America, but the giant gummy worms are just candy dip. Yeah, dude. The candy. Women pleasuring.
File. I don't even have half. My body is as big as this dude's arm. What are you talking about? That could be me.
Oh my god.
Queso. Bro really tried to dap him up and everything. Yo, bro. Bro thought he was getting a handshake too. Yo. I look nothing, like literally nothing like this guy. Like nothing. There's absolutely no similarities to be had here. What do you mean bro's built like a 1x1 Lego piece? What even is a 1x1 Lego piece?
Yeah, the one. My voice is complete in the trenches. I started to speak German. That's how bad it is. That's how bad it actually is. My voice is completely gone.
Yep, you're banned. Have a good night.
You can't believe it. That's the end of the video. It's crazy. This is crazy. This is insane. That was a wild video. That was crazy. Let me drink something real quick. My water's still cold. Still cold. Can I take over this channel then? No! No! I refuse! This is my channel! How dare you! Let me reload that. Ever wanted to see Ash Ketchum completely cook people? Because I found the compilation. It's not that good of a compilation, but I found one. This might actually get me copyrighted though. Let me skip that intro. Why ever make that intro? When I see Ash violate people, I want to see Ash violate people. I want to see Ash violate people.
Something's following us. The place is deserted. Nobody's here. Oh, I know I heard something back there. Listen, Misty, it's okay if you're a total chicken. Oh, yeah? And what about all the great hitters
That was mid. That was mid.
that are on the Electabuzz? Those guys aren't hitters. I've seen better swings on a playground.
That one was better. That one was better.
Is everything okay?
It's okay. It's working just fine.
I wasn't asking about your camera. I was worried about you.
But you see, this camera is my life.
Get yourself a new life.
Ash is evil. I think I found why they call him Ash.
I can't believe I let Team Rocket trick me into buying a fake leaf stone. But maybe it's just as well that they did. It proves that I'm not smart enough to run this nursery by myself. I'm just so useless.
Don't worry. I'll get you a real leaf stone.
I wouldn't promise that if I were you. You don't have any idea where to find a leaf stone, do you, Brock?
But first I'll track down that Team Rocket and get all your money back.
I don't think you have any idea how to find Team Rocket either.
That's okay, bro. That's a bit too much, bro. This compilation kinda ass. Yeah, this compilation kinda ass, never mind. This compilation kinda ass. There's probably better ones out there. That is horrendous. That is horrendous. Why is there so much ear rape in this? I guess I can just edit it out, right?
Huh? It's a girl? Oh yeah, you're right about that.
She can violate my rights.
Hey! If she's making your life so miserable, how come you're carrying her picture around?
I hate the way she treats us, but I like the way she looks.
Yeah, not like some other girls who treat you bad and look even worse.
Dang, I reduced back into male milk. What the heck? Get yourself a new life.
Bugs are one of the 3 most disgusting things in the world!
Not again.
Aside from you, what are the other disgusting things? Huh? Whoa! How'd you get down there? I fell in! How else? What's a trap doing here? It seems pretty strange. Just help me out, quick! This is just not our day. Got you? Away from this place? I mean, you'd have to be pretty stupid to fall into one of those holes.
Oh my god. You couldn't release that today nowadays, right?
You're sweet, Oddish. I am sorry. All I think about lately is winning. I hope I'm not becoming heartless. You are always heartless.
That girl's more beautiful than any flower I've ever seen.
What are you talking about, Brock? I don't see any beautiful girl. Just turn around. Misty, please, only one of us can hallucinate at a time.
They call him Ash because he burns people to the ground.
Alright, snap out of it. Oh, quit spacing out. What about Charmander?
How about no? This compilation is dog shit. I'll be real. Absolute utter ass. I'm good. I'm good. This had some good ones, but I think there's even better ones out there. My voice is completely gone. I need to drink something again. It's completely right. Best of Family Guy compilation. I don't want to get copyrighted because I want to re-upload these things. Let me think what I want to watch here. I want to keep the another shoe on head video for tomorrow. Are there some Refter says there's the videos that I can put in? Let me look some up. Maybe he has something nice. Sure, yeah, let's go. Yeah, I'll throw something like that in. Oh, more Sweet Baby Inc. I want to watch that. More Sweet Baby Inc. And the Game Awards. I'm curious about that one as well. Let's throw that one in as well. Have you ever watched Sonic for Hire? No, Lazy Nugget. Also, hi, how are you doing? Not once. It's copyright free. Yeah, like the other things you told me are copyright free, and then my ass got nuked for it. No. No, no, I don't think so. Okay.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Ref says Desu. Sweet baby client found out. This is about Square Enix. Oh yeah, I want to see them burned, actually. Let them cook. Let them be cooked.
Hey, what's up, guys? Riff here. So today we're going to do another round of topic parkour, trying to cover several different sets of news that I think you guys will find interesting. So let's begin with this headline from That Park Place titled, Former Sweet Baby Inc. Client.
Interesting. If he has to do that here and there a couple of times, this does mean that the world is healing. There's a lot less controversial topics to talk about.
Square Enix takes a $350 million hit in value as stock plummets. Now, it's never been officially confirmed that Square Enix is no longer working with Sweet Baby. However, there's some circumstantial evidence to suggest that's what happened. Now, ever since their rebrand about a month ago of their website, Sweet Baby removed their client list entirely, but before then...
Yeah, Sweet Baby Inc. They didn't really rebrand, right? They did just, as usual, change the language. They removed all the, in quotes, woke stuff out of there. So, people are gonna work with them again. Of course, everything that's now associated with Sweet Baby Inc. is like, don't touch this. Scary.
Square Enix was removed from the client list, which really only leaves two options. Either A, they're no longer working with Sweet Baby, or B, they're trying to cover up, at least publicly, their connection to Sweet Baby, which we know is pretty much a death mark for companies these days. But let's get into the article. So it says this: Square Enix shareholders received a rude awakening on Monday as the video game company behind Final Fantasy and Kingdom Hearts saw a 10-point dip in the Japanese market. This equates to a market capitalization loss that measures in the hundreds of...
Jeez, not only is you gay, but he knew your money gains. Whoa. I mean, the channel is not monetized, right? Aside from like super chats and memberships, right? Aside from that, it's not really monetized. At 1K, I can finally do that.
Millions. The drop came in wake of a Square Enix financial report that actually offered some good news to investors. The company saw $136 million in profits over a 6-month period ending in September of 2024. This represents a year-on-year increase of 22%. However, several worrisome figures seemingly caused enough unease for the stock to still take a hefty hit. Despite the increase over that 6-month period, operating profits have been on a heavy decline throughout 2024. Most notably, Square Enix found itself 27% down in Q3 of 2024. That's starting to look like...
Youch. Ow. Ow. On the one side, it's kind of damaging because we know Square Enix is not gonna pull the plug like on Final Fantasy and stuff. They're gonna nuke up their other franchises like Dragon Quest and shit. Interesting. Though Dragon Quest is pretty big in Japan, but like still.
The financial reports of any color, especially with their EN branch. But anyways, yeah, things are not looking very good for Square Enix. They kind of effed around. But anyway, Q3 of 2024. That's starting to look like the financial reports of any color, especially.
bro is VTuber corps are catching strays. That's crazy.
With their EN branch. But anyways, yeah, things are not looking very good for Square Enix. They kind of effed around and found out. I mean, they're working with Sweet Baby. Their connection definitely did not help their situation. But again, it looks like Square Enix is struggling at the moment, alongside a lot of different development companies in the gaming industry right now. But let's move on to an IGN article here, which is a whole bunch of cope. It says this.
I don't know if it's Square Enix just got hit because of the woke stuff. I wouldn't I wouldn't really say that. I wouldn't really say that. They also made a lot of bad decisions this year, so it's kind of difficult to say. Because like the Rebirth didn't sell the way they wanted it to sell. Now, if that has anything to do with Sweet Baby, I do not know. But it's also kind of that people are burned out. I feel like gamers are burned out, kind of.
The AAA games industry bubble has burst, and a smaller scale, more creative approach may be the only way for it to survive. So they're right in some regard, right? The bubble has burst, but the issue is they don't really know what they should focus on. Because IGN and a lot of other shills in the industry, they think live service games, these big budget, forced attempts at, weak reworking of what's already been successful is going to be the future when that's not the case. I mean, you look at Concord, for example.
Live service will fail because in order to make a game like that even successful, it needs to be better than its competitors. No matter how shitty Blizzard has treated Overwatch 2, it's still not better than Concord is still not better than Overwatch 2. So people have no reason to go to Concord because Overwatch 2 is just straight up better. It's super simple.
Example, right? Live service game also trying to basically be an Overwatch clone. It fails. We have too many examples like that. And at the same time, we're seeing big budget games succeed and big projects succeed. So I don't think it's really like that crazy of a thing. I do believe the industry is doing really well. We're seeing a lot of failures, but there's a lot of success. Like the numbers games like Black Myth Wukong are pulling are unbelievable. Like they're really amazing when you stop and think about it. So it's not all doom and gloom. It's just a lot of very high highs and very low lows.
True. We can look at Helldivers with both, actually. A really high high and a really low low. Which is also due to the fact that they are not knowing what they're doing with that game, because they pretty much nerfed the hell out of that game, which in the end punished them. But it also had really high highs. Warhammer 40k, obviously. That was also a pretty good game. Wukong, Stellar Blade did release this year or last year? Can't tell.
In the industry right now. And also, we're seeing a lot of excuses being made. So, as someone tags Mark Kern here, saying they went to another app just to get away from you and cope. So, a lot of people in the industry, like Mike Rose here, they are trying to come up with every excuse they can to justify why certain games are failing. Typically, woke games. And you see this right here. On Blue Sky, the new safe haven for all of the very progressive people in the game.
Yeah, very progressive. And then you get a lot of reports about child material once the boycott started. People going to Blue Sky. Very interesting. Very interesting. And now your art is going to be fed into AI anyways. A win is a win, I guess. In some form.
Industry. Saying everyone trying to work out why video games aren't selling anymore. Too many games, prices are too low, marketing is hard. When the answer this time is
games aren't selling anymore. Too many games, prices are too low. If the prices were too low and you would push up the prices, people wouldn't buy more. They would buy less.
Actually simple. The world got effed and no one has money. People are struggling to pay bills and rent, let alone buy your game. That is just patently untrue. Okay, the industry is doing really well. And when games come out that, despite even having a $60, $70 price tag, if they are appealing, people are buying them. I don't know where these people are trying to get this logic when the gaming industry right now is turning out more sales than ever. Clearly, people are willing to give money if something's good. What people are not willing to do is waste their money on junk, on slop, like we've seen with many games this year. These AAA releases trying to justify their very hefty price when the game itself is an absolute joke. And that is...
I mean, sure. I don't know if I fully agree with the... No one, like, the people are not buying, are still buying games because money. I think that it did still hit the video game industry, regardless. Because maybe it's not people not buying bad games, maybe it's people being selective with what games they buy because they have less money. So they much rather spend money on only good games that they know that are good. You could push that also in this direction, but I don't know. We need more. The thing is, like, it's a lot of hearsay, but we need more data.
Is the copium we're seeing here. But let's continue on to an absolute stellar article. Award-winning, I'm sure, from PC Gamer here. It's titled, Steam Accused of Normalizing Hate and Extremism in the Gaming Community in New ADL Report, Anti-Defamation League. Well, they've been busy dealing with Twitch and going after all the nonsense going on over there, but apparently Steam is now the new target. So what are they talking about with this stuff? Well, if you open up the article...
Steam is normalizing hatred and extremism? Huh? What? Where did that come from? Okay.
They're saying stuff like this. The Anti-Defamation League, a U.S. organization that aims to combat anti-Semitism and support Israel, has published a report alleging that Steam is rife with extremism and anti-Semitism and accusing Valve of allowing the spread of hateful and extremist material through a highly permissive approach to content policy. So what exactly are they talking about? What?
That's a new one. How did they find this, though? That's more interesting, because Twitch, it was very obvious. My dog is dreaming, he's twitching and barking in his dream. I wonder what he's dreaming about. Oh. Give me my bone! My bone is running away! Kind of stuff like that. My dog does that as well, though. She does that as well.
Is the thing that is really setting them over the edge and making these very bold claims about Steam, of all places, being some kind of a hub for radicalization. Pepe the Frog.
Yeah, we can stop right here. I think we can stop right here and say this is nonsense. Eh?
Yep. Pepe the Frog and swastikas. We're using that in the same likeness here. Pepe the Frog and swastikas are most common extremist symbols found on Steam, according to the report, respectively representing 54% and 9% of detected symbols.
This makes no sense. The frog is a Nazi! No!
Why on earth are we holding these things with the same weight? This is just peak journalism and peak ADL, to be honest with you. This whole thing is just very pathetic. But anyways, moving on. There's also a very great sense of irony here. So as Kabrutus here, the creator of Sweet Baby Ink Detected, as well as DEI Detected, he says this, oh no, it isn't so funny putting real-life politics stuff in your entertainment, huh? Referring to this individual who's very upset with the Splatoon situation here, where someone wrote Trump 2028, and they're very...
That's interesting. Seems like Splatoon got based. Interesting.
Upset, saying, can we just stop? When will this stuff end? I just want to play Splatoon, man. Which is very, very ironic. It's funny how now things have flipped. A lot of people who are trying to justify the existence of politics left and right in games are now upset that the other side is trying to include things in the games and they just can't handle it. I am of the belief nobody wants to see any of this stuff, but if you've been tolerating it for
Are you Tim the Tool Man Taylor? Perhaps I am. What if I'm Cristiano Ronaldo? Nah.
a long time, and even celebrating or encouraging this sort of stuff, and now the other side's doing it to you, you're a hypocrite if you're upset about it, because you have fostered an environment where certain political views are being in.
Well, you could switch around and call yourself though a hypocrite because we didn't want that, and now we're doing that. So it's kind of just the reverse. Are we then really better? Is the question. I don't know. It's funny. I guess it's still funny to see people seething. I guess.
Injected into everything, and now that it's happening to you, these people are very upset, and it's just peak irony, of course. But I think that's gonna do it for this video.
But at the same time, we don't know enough about this person, right? Maybe they just don't want any politics in general and just want to play Splatoon. So I don't know if that is really okay that way. Me personally, I don't know though. Yeah, this was a fine video. I'm gonna go through one more and then maybe another one, and then I'm finally probably get maybe one more, and then I'm probably gonna end earlier
Hey, what's
today.
up, guys?
I don't know. Wait, what? Let's go. Let's go. Let's go into it. The Game Awards are a fucking joke. My ref says this. I'm curious what they did as well.
Hey, what's up, guys? Riff here. So today we're going to be talking about the Game Awards. They're having their 10th anniversary this year, and a lot of people are talking about them for reasons we'll get into. Now, with an award...
Me personally, I can't take them serious anyways. I can't take these things serious. I don't care about the Game Awards. To be fair.
Award show on subjective topics like Game of the Year, you'll never make everyone happy, but there is very understandable concern about the picks that are going to be selected by the Game Awards, in particular this year, based on who is running the show. Essentially, the people who are controlling...
Wouldn't the Game of the Year be also the game that was sold the most, technically? Right? Wouldn't that be the Game of the Year?
The votes and who wins and who doesn't are the biggest shills in the gaming industry, in particular journalists who often are pushing an agenda. So a lot of people are very concerned that this is going to prioritize an agenda push instead of giving the rightful winners the awards they deserve. So I don't think anyone would be too surprised to see something like the Veilguard end up winning Game of the Year, despite the fact that a lot of people really dislike it. But anyways, the reason a lot of people are concerned is about how the winners are selected. So this is right from their website. Winners are determined by a blended vote between the voting jury, 90%, and public fan voting.
90% and 10%? Then you don't even need a fan voting. You don't need a fan voting in this case. You don't need one. What is this? Huh? You don't need a fan voting in this case. You might as well scrap it entirely, because what is 10% gonna do? What is 10% gonna do?
10%. So basically, the voting jury is the controlling factor. 10%, yeah, that sounds great, but really the deciding factor in all this is the...
10% does not sound great. The jury decides. You might as well not have fan votes.
Jury voting system here. And who's a part of this jury? Well, this now deleted screenshot from their website contains some of the people...
Okay, we got IGN. You can completely forget that. We got PC Gamer. You can completely forget that. We got Polygon. Yep. Pride.com. Never heard of it. Game Rand. I don't know. A lot of these I haven't heard before. VentureBeat. LA Times. Variety? What?
people who will be controlling these awards, including IGN, Inverse, Polygon, PC Gamer, the LA Times, The Verge, Pride, NPR, Game Rant, Variety, and so on. So this is a very confusing list. Even for the networks here that are actually involved in gaming, they don't inspire any confidence that they're going to make good choices. I mean, look at IGN, for example, right? This is the same company that has reviewed multiple games from this year like Dustborn and Concord and given them 7 out of 10 ratings, and given Black Myth Woo.
Yeah, remember the Concord and Dustborn 7 out of 10 ratings? And then the new Mario and Luigi got a 5. I wanna hate IGN. I wanna punch him in the mouth.
Wukong an 8, just barely better than those games in the eyes of IGN, and also they're the ones who gave a 9 out of 10 to Veilguard, which also pushes the concerns that that's going to be a big push for Game of the Year. But looking around, I mean, some of these organizations make no sense. Like, what is the LA Times doing here? Or NPR? Or Pride? Is this a game award show, or what is this? It sounds like a bunch of potential virtue signaling. And also on this list, you'll notice a group called Kinda Funny. Now that's kind of ironic because I was planning on talking about one individual from their group here, Andy Cortez, who's been going on a...
Didn't pay for the blue check. Why do you put that there? That's so cringe. React to 16 autistic clowns at the end with the Venom thumbnail. It's a funny video. I will.
Big rants about DI in video games recently. He clearly very much...
A doctor dropped a newborn crying baby. Well, it's over that baby.
Loves DI and is very angry at anyone who dares to criticize it. So he made this tweet relatively recently saying, "If you're angry at the games industry for being quote-unquote too woke, I think you're a dummy. If you then fall for the right-wing grifts and allow someone to profit off of your anger, the grifter thinks you're a dummy too. Don't be a dummy." So yeah, a lot of projection here, and as always, the word grifter, the phrase, has lost all meaning. Like a lot of words on the internet, people...
He should have worn, gloves with better grip, I guess. How do you drop a baby? If you watch it, you will understand. I will not watch somebody drop a baby, thank you. I'm mentally scarred as it is, because that will scare me for life if I have children, and I'm gonna need to watch over that doctor not dropping my child.
People misuse it all the time. So besides just basically calling you stupid for enjoying videos of someone criticizing anything to do with DI in video games, they're also trying to say that...
Oh, you don't like politics being shoved down your throat? You're a dummy. He was doing it too fast. Like, too fast. Nah, why drop a baby? You should never drop a baby. How does that happen?
That people sharing that narrative are grifters. And if you don't know what a grifter actually is, because places like social media and Twitter in particular have misled you.
I at this point, I do not know what a grifter is. I have no idea. Because there's multiple definitions of that word. This happens more commonly than expected. I don't know. Then they say she died of natural causes. Natural causes? The natural causes. I dropped the baby. Ref says Desu? Yeah, whatever Desu means, I don't know. Good question.
A grifter is someone who shares or pushes an agenda that they don't actually care about or believe in whatsoever. They're just doing it for a profit. And basically, people like Andy Cortez just label anyone who disagrees with them as a grifter. They can't possibly understand that someone might actually believe in what they're saying that is contrary to what people like Andy think. A lot of people are very critical of DEI, and that's a very relevant topic because it's completely eviscerated the gaming industry. So that's something a lot of people are talking about who care about games, because that's how bad things have gotten. But it goes way over Andy Cortez's head.
This is the first time I've heard of this Andy Cortez individual. Huh. That's a new one.
And it seems like he has this issue with anyone who's making some sort of a profit or expanding their career by talking about these things in the gaming industry. And
Chat, I'm a grifter. It's official. by Andy Cortez standards, I am a grifter.
I can see that's a lot of projection. I can see like how this channel is performing. This is a multiple person unit running this account, and they're getting steamrolled. They're getting absolutely bodied by.
What the fuck? You have 200k subscribers. You have 10k views. You have 2.7k views after 5 hours. Oh yeah, sure. This is an hour-long video, but still.
One-man shows across YouTube who are just recording in their bedroom talking about gaming and criticizing DEI. So I guess it must be very frustrating for them. But anyways, this is the coup de grace here. This is a minute-long rant that he recorded and posted himself for God knows what reason, where he talks about the truth involving DEI and the angry grift-tubers.
You fucking need DEI because you wouldn't have jobs if DEI didn't exist to complain about. You wouldn't be making money on YouTube if DEI didn't exist. So you're really the ones that need it.
Yeah, that's a very weird point to be making.
Who would have guessed that you need something to work on to get money? Would have never guessed that. What is that argument? That's like saying, oh, you need a bakery to work as a baker. What? Who would have guessed that? That's a grifter confirmed on this Cortez scale. We need to create that, the Cortez scale. Concede.
Again, nobody, the people criticizing DEI, they don't want it to exist. They wouldn't be talking about it if it didn't exist, and that's a good thing. Like,
yeah, especially that, like, it's the argument falls flat when you listen to these people, to others criticizing this, and then they want it have to be gone. Why do you want your income, like the thing you're talking about that creates your income, to be gone? That makes no sense.
We invite the challenge. If you want to get rid of all this DEI, if you want DEI to leave the industry, perfect. That's like complaining about a cop saying like, oh, you wouldn't have a job if there was no crime. Well, duh, that'd be a great thing, but that's not the reality. A lot of people are criticizing DEI because it's had a very negative impact on the gaming industry, and I think that is a normal and healthy thing to do. You're supposed to point...
Imagine like a criminal saying to a cop, I need to be a criminal, because you don't have a job if I'm a criminal. if I'm not a criminal. That would be funny.
Point out problems and talk about it if it's affecting your hobby and medium.
Unless your game has only white dudes, if you have a woman, she better be fucking hot.
Yeah.
You know, get an ugly woman out of my game. That lady better be super smoking hot. Yep. That's the way they think, right? Back in the day.
So again, it's more weird projection and talking about a world that doesn't really exist. Okay, there's been diverse characters in video games forever, but the difference is that diversity was just a natural function of the story or whatever was going on. It wasn't forced.
Also, can we just all admit that whether you're a man or a woman, you want to see attractive characters in video games? Or at least like appealing characters in video games? I don't need the Wookiee chick from Star Wars Outlaws, thank you.
Diversity to push an agenda. That's the difference. That's what people have an issue with. Gamers aren't just angry because there's diversity in games. They're angry about forced diversity, where they're being fed a message they don't want to receive, and their immersion and their ability to enjoy the game they're playing is ruined because stuff's being pushed on them 24/7.
Game development studios were primarily white dudes, and they didn't really think about diversity. And that's one thing, right? It was a lot rarer to find.
Wow. European and Western video game developers being majorly white. Who would have guessed that on a majorly white continent? Who would have guessed that? I didn't. Should I complain that the majority of jobs are in Africa taken by black people as well? That they're not diverse enough? What is that? Or in India, right? Should there be more white people working in India? Should there be more white people working in Japan? To fix that diversity problem? Or more black people? That argument, they can never understand the concept of majority. They cannot understand that. It is too difficult for them to get that.
Non-white dudes in game development. And as that changes, and as college and learning and all that stuff kind of becomes more ubiquitous and more available for everybody, more and more people from different walks of life want to get into game development.
Yeah. G already said, what an elitist sort of point of view. We're saying basically, back in the day, we had all these uneducated white people making these games, but now people are going to college and they're getting an education and they're swooping in and saving this industry by making it more diverse. Like, that is a crazy thing to say. But also,
just because you weren't in... That is so disgusting to people that pretty much can't get into college just simply because they don't have the money. That is so disgusting, because what you're saying is that people that don't have a degree are more stupid than people that have a degree. Which I have met more throughout my life. I've met more intelligent people outside of college than in college, or for me, like it's not college, right? It's more like school, right? But still, that is so elitist. That's so like weird to say that. No, college does not mean having a college degree does not mean you are more intelligent necessarily.
He'll continue on and really hammer home this point that basically the entire industry from its inception was just a bunch of white dudes making white characters, because apparently there's been no diverse characters ever.
Also, that argument kind of falls flat when we consider where video games came from or originated from. We all know where they came from. And he might. I got my code. Which is Japan, which means I don't know, but Japan doesn't have a lot of white dudes in video gaming.
Until the last couple of years.
And then what happens then?
They're making the characters the people that they know, the things that they see.
And that's such a juvenile way of looking at games. It's not about telling a story, it's about self-inserts. You know, that's the issue we're seeing with a lot of games like Concord and other ones that we talked about so far this year, where there's a big self-insert problem, okay? You can tell a story without having to insert yourself into it. Like, it's such a weird thing that they try to normalize here. Like, no, tell a good story. It's for other people. It's not for yourself.
But they can't tell a good story. That's why we get live action remakes. That's why we get a continuation of series that don't need a continuation. That's why we get weird sequels, weird prequels, weird whatever, weird like side project and all that stuff, because they can't build new franchises for some reason. And this doesn't just go for video games. The same goes for shows as well and movies.
Expressing yourself or including yourself or telling your story or anything like that. It's just a very weird thing to justify.
Just like the white people do.
Just like you put yourself into stories, right?
Yeah.
And I talked about that with Dragon Age Veilguard, how the game director, Corinne Bush, she's a trans woman. And sometimes in games, you just put in your own sort of experiences. And that's so natural to happen.
No, it's not natural to happen, to do a self-insert on a story. That's why you have these massive $100+ million projects failing, because it's more of just like a fun little...
Teenage pregnancy is bad. I just saw another video. Yeah, teenage pregnancy shouldn't happen. It does happen, but it shouldn't happen. I don't quite agree, right? Because sometimes every creator brings some part of like their life somehow into whatever they're creating. That's just how it is. A teenage girl with her young daughter in a wedding jobs her daughter to catch the bouquet. Okay, what the heck?
Hobby, so you can self-insert and share whatever agenda you want. It's not about telling good stories. It's not about anything like that. It's about checking boxes and giving yourself as many pats on the back as you need. It's really pathetic that we have to sit here and actually try to rationalize and normalize whatever they're trying to say here. Like you're supposed to just allow people to self-insert, put their own agenda in, and that's supposed to be okay and normal. No, just tell a story. Stop making it about yourself as the person creating it. Make it more about the experience for the gamer who's probably very tired.
What you're trying to say is, the core of what Ref is trying to say is, make games for gamers. If you don't know how to take care of the child, don't make one. She dropped her daughter in the wedding to catch the bouquet. That is insane, dude. That is insane. It's also like fake, right? Right. In order for that to happen, right? For people to know how to take care of a child and for things like teenage pregnancy to not happen, you would need to make it so that people don't sleep around and get into stable relationships. Then that necessarily wouldn't happen. Now, this is a special case, right? But you shouldn't be a mother that young. So I guess it still applies.
Of being lectured at by a bunch of out-of-touch people from the gaming industry. But anyways, you get that, and there's also some weird drama involving Andy Cortez recently, where he went after Smash JT. You can see his response here. He says, "I'll delete it because I'm not a complete piece of shit. Only about 90% when it comes to dealing with you all. Sorry you were harassed. I know you never bothered to attack anybody on this website." So what's this weird, passive-aggressive, backhanded attempt at an apology? What is this about? Well, it's a very disturbing story where Andy shared what he thought was his expose on Smash JT. It turned out it was a bunch of forged and altered screenshots.
Did they just try to get Smash JT? And try to implicate that he and his wife are on a cuck website? That is insane. That is insane. Wild. My parents are controlling, no shit, they care about you. Yeah, especially if you have a child while being a teenager.
Where Andy and other people were trying to say that Smash JT and his wife were active members on some weird cuck hookup site or something. And Andy posted that without any shame, not realizing, or maybe realizing, who knows, that all this was just fake. It was just a bunch of slander. And then when he gets caught in 4K and, you know, humbled, he instead lashes out at Smash JT, basically being angry at him for disproving false information that he was sharing. Very weird stuff, but I say
Never sorry because they're actually sorry. Always just sorry because they get caught. A natural state of being.
all of this to remind you, these are the kinds of people who are going to be making the decisions for this Game Award show. Okay? These are the type of people who clearly have a very, very obvious agenda and have certain biases that they are going to be operating on. But going back to the Game Awards here, there's some more bizarre news involving that. So apparently the creator Jeff Cayley is trying to trademark Game Awards, meaning nobody out there would legally be able to create a show with...
Is bro trying to be Nintendo and copyright something that nobody can use again? That is wild.
Game Awards in the title. Think about that. They're like trying to monopolize Game Awards. It's a very weird thing. And on top of that, I said earlier that the screenshot of the list of the jury vote is gone. And that is the truth. It appears after some coverage of that list, the Game Awards have gone back and...
These people don't never have the balls to do anything. They always just run away the moment that they get caught. It's every single time reset the clock.
and hid everything. They've hid all of the jury selection, and they're making it so you don't know who's voting. But unfortunately for them, the screenshots are already out there, and it's a little bit too late to try to reverse course here. People know, and people are very concerned.
Yeah, it's so weird. Like, don't delete it, because the internet doesn't forget. The moment you post it, somebody has already screenshotted it, so you can escape.
About the kinds of entities that will be participating in this award show, and myself and many others included don't really trust the people responsible for this, and I don't think it's going to turn out very good, to be honest. But for now, that's going to do it for this video. As always, feel free to share your thoughts about today's topics in the comment section.
Yeah, the Game Awards are a shit show. I've also heard other things, like, they put a indie card game into the Game Awards as Game of the Year, while there were other options, like heckin' Warhammer 40k, that could have easily been put there as well. Not saying that an indie game doesn't deserve to be, like, it's a good game probably, but it doesn't deserve to be, like, at the same level as, like, Wukong. What the heck? But still, they are still doing it. It's so weird. I might jump into one last video, actually, but first I gotta take a quick break, so I'll be right back. Chat, I may have found something. I may have found something that I still want to watch. 16 Autistic Clowns, I've added it to the list, but I found something else that I want to watch. It's easy, it's quick, it's awesome. Femboys might be mentioned as well, as usual. The usual thing, femboys might be mentioned. The big fat poo, what the heck? I'm sorry! The worst elections! The election by royalty is here! This was uploaded yesterday, so my body is ready. This is gonna be horrible. I know it's gonna be horrible. Prepare for salt, but it's gonna be funny. Let's go. I'm sorry! I'm at the This is still the best clip ever. This is still the best clip ever. I love this one. This one is great.
So, as we know, I'm British.
Sell! Perfect sell! We must destroy the British people. They talk funny.
No surprise there. America, your long-distant father with their meat sleeves still attached, is currently speaking. We quite literally made you who you are till you threw a hissy fit because we wanted to tax your sugar just a bit more, and now you pay up to 30% in taxes. I'm just saying, you needed the French...
French! Still love that clip. I still love that clip. I still love it. French.
Spanish, and even the Netherlands, just to help you get away from us.
Also, I wouldn't throw such a hissy fit and shit on the Americans as a British man, cause you got the knife stabbings everywhere. So I'd be very quiet. And you jail people for speech on the internet, so I'd be very quiet.
But still lost to farmers in 1975. So with that out of the way, that whole prior comment was just to say I'm not political in any way and have no dog in the election. But that comment did include a lot of truths. And if any of you mention the Boston Tea Party or tea being thrown to the bottom of the ocean, you will be thrown into the void. But once again, in the...
Funny how the Boston Tea Party was just earlier mentioned in the stream. Funny, haha.
US election, I had no dog in the fight. I don't even know the difference between a Republican and a Democrat. All I know is one is red and one is blue. And if anyone even attempted to explain the difference to me, or just politics in general, to me it would be a lethal dose of NyQuil, because the majority of the time, it's just boring. And the only benefit I did receive relating to the election was a 10p boost in the menial stocks I own. But anyway, with that disclaimer out the way, which I'm gonna have to...
Bro made stonks. Bro made stonks because of the election. At least that. And you did benefit for another reason. You did benefit for another reason. Which is the meltdowns that you're going to use. So you are incorrect. You did financially benefit from it.
Constantly remind you with. Today I wanted to talk about the pure carnage that occurred after and the lead up to the election.
I'm so excited for, and I fully support this movement of making mainly men's lives, but really anyone who voted for Trump's lives miserable. I'm really enjoying all this content about tormenting them, so...
Hope your day gets better.
So... Okay. When they posted this unhinged shit, it's okay, right? But when Trump would have lost, and Trump supporter would have posted that heinous shit, it would have not been okay, because remember, there's this double standard.
Better.
Shut the fuck up!
Positive energy.
And I know this is probably the newest topic.
God! Imagine having such a neighbor!
topic I've ever talked about, as I normally go for archaic demons in terms of topics like fairies and age regression, and this is very much not something I would
And the femboys.
usually talk about. But I have a slight problem. Every time I'm dropping a little fat man on the toilet and open my phone for some resemblance of entertainment, I get things like this.
What the fuck am I looking at? Shut up. I will not.
Okay, like, if y'all hate women that much, I hope you never get pussy ever again.
It's not like I ever get pussy. So I don't care. Not to mention that I don't want this pussy anyways. Have you looked at her eyes? That's horrendous. What the heck? Did she drink?
Whoa, that was nasty.
My Instagram Reels and, God forbid, Twitter feed is just this.
I'm sorry. you can edit any. You can edit any sound over this, and it's still gonna be funny.
For Trump to save Americans.
If you see this, please save us. I don't even see our American flag anymore. Biden's talking with some kind of crazy flag.
What? What was that?
With some kind of crazy flag.
This woman, what the heck? Is more crying and shit and taking a dump at the same time.
I don't even see our American flag anymore. Biden's talking with some kind of crazy flag.
You do as well. Oh my god. That is disgusting. That is ugh. She's on the toilet. I can get the break. I want to go back again. I want to hear it again. I'm gonna.
I don't even see our American flag anymore. Biden's talking with some kind of crazy flag.
Stop playing that, bro. Crazy.
I can't even drop a radioactive, viscous piece of feces without seeing something about the US election. I want to see.
What did I just walk into? You want to hear it again? Jesus, oh my god. What do you want to hear that shit? Because it's funny. Because it's funny. My sides are hurting. My sides are hurting. Ooh.
See people getting hit by forklifts and Ford Mustangs. Not this. Not grown people screaming. But the US election for everyone outside the US is somewhat more entertaining than the minuscule entertainment going on in our own countries. I personally have the aristocratic ale of fucking Wallace and Gromit Wensleydale cheese as a candidate for election, and a house full of old men acting like school children trying to roast each other with the most lukewarm flame.
He's worried about free trade deals with America, but there's only one chlorinated chicken that I can see in this house, and he's on that bench.
But then in America,
Chlorinated chicken, that is wild.
we have people borderline losing their shit. A guy on Twitter making the dumbest statement, and he said, and I quote, "Your body, my choice." And moments later he was promptly doxxed, with the coordinates of his second story, second ensuite bathroom being posted online. You had XQC almost lose $1 million betting on Kamala to win, even though he personally met Donald Trump
What? Excuse, he lost almost $1 million for betting on Kamala Harris? What the heck?
Like a few weeks earlier, and he almost lost that entire mill. An entire $1 million. You know how much Warhammer sets you can buy from that? Probably like 2.5, maybe a whole Dreadnought set, if you're lucky. You had people running over Donald Trump signs, not knowing they were fortified like Fort Knox, with a Fortnite spike trap waiting for them. There's actually a video of a guy recording himself running one over, laughing to himself, and then when he realizes the spikes in his car, gets very angry and blames the person whose property he just ran over.
What an idiot.
And the whole US election between Trump and Kamala was just some dystopian comedy skit, and I was completely there for it. Because as said, our elections are boring as fuck. And this year, the US election was something else. And you had the rest of the world watching it as well. Just by the fact you had streamers and influencers on the front lines being credited for Donald's win.
I want to thank the Nelt boys, Aiden Ross.
And don't even get me started on Elon Musk.
Fucking Aiden Ross? That is wild.
I swear this guy was a meme like a few years ago, but now he was an integral part of the election. But the US election never really used to involve any of this, except for like the past 3. Nobody used to care this much, especially among the younger population, and it's weird to see that the US election has changed from the most boring time of the year to a WWE main event.
True. I remember when I was young, nobody here gave a shit. Nobody gave a rat's ass about the elections in the United States, and now everybody here, like even the people here in Germany, are having meltdowns because of it. It is so good. I love being here.
Has apparently become a core part of your identity and something that can break friendships and even family bonds. From the fallout of this election, I have heard the
if politics can destroy your family, you need to take your meds right, like immediately, like right now.
Weirdest opinions imaginable, and I've seen a plethora of posts saying if you voted for Trump, you are no longer considered gay, if you were already. Like, yeah, that guy that had his parents bust in whilst he was eating a full meat feast pizza, where they previously thought he had a girlfriend and now they are stun-locked at just the sight of this situation, but they don't need to be. He voted for Trump. He can't be gay. Like, it is some...
Took away the gay privilege. Take away the gay card or the LGBTQ card. You are no longer gay. And then come with like a vacuum cleaner and just shove it up your penis and just suck out the gay.
Some of the wildest things people are saying. Another one is if you voted for Trump and you are black, you are no longer considered black. Like, yeah.
You remember that meme where like Joe Biden comes and just like touches a black person and then turns that person white because they didn't vote Democrat? Yeah.
Yeah, your skin color has been revoked now due to your political ideology and who you voted for. Like, seriously. I know each side in the election has people that are really extreme compared to most people that just vote and that's it.
Please, Donald Trump. Please save me. Please save me, Donald Trump.
They don't make it their entire identity, and they often don't speak about their political beliefs. But you do have extremes on each side. It wasn't...
No! He's back! The shit! Suck up the gay! Oh no! The shit is back! I didn't need to play it in loop. It just comes back.
Too long ago you had Trump supporters lose their shit and raid the Capitol, which was a complete bloodbath. And just a piece of advice, if you are going to commit a crime, at least some Robin Hood shit, or maybe something cool like tax evasion, do not bring your phone with you and take pictures of said crime. Not only are the pictures incriminating, but your phone also actively pings a cell phone tower every few seconds. So if a cybersecurity or digital forensic was assisting in the investigation, they will roughly...
Yeah, that is so funny in general, and people record their own crimes. It's so funny. It's so weird. Like, turn off your phone, bro. Why are you committing a crime and filming yourself? You are providing the evidence.
And I mean, very roughly, know where you were. But the people that voted for Biden back then pretty much laughed at the Trump supporters then. Now it's the Trump supporters' turn to laugh at them. But this election was just somewhat entertaining, and the campaigning on both sides was just a peak of entertainment and just completely brutal. Once again, I have to jingle the keys in front of you. I'm in no way political, as I may have to remind you 5 more times over the...
That doesn't matter, though. That doesn't matter. Whether you're not political or not, they're gonna hate you. There's certain people that will hate you regardless of if you're political or not.
This video, my brain runs on DDR1 RAM, and this is just from my British understanding. An understanding that is primitive when it comes to politics. But in terms of the campaigning, once again, the peak of entertainment, admittedly Kamala was at a disadvantage. Biden dropped out seemingly out of nowhere. But look at that smile.
True. Bro knew what was gonna happen.
He just knows as soon as he dropped out, shit was going to hit the fan. And often Camilla's campaign came off as disingenuous, or just completely
Did
out
just pronounce it as Camilla? That's wild.
of touch, as some were saying. Like the clip that circulated of her on a phone with one of her voters. And it was just the camera app, which admittedly you can open the camera app whilst you are on the phone with somebody, but a majority of people just thought it was fake. And you had the large amount of celebrities behind Kamala, leading to some moments like Meg Stallion shaking it on stage at...
Yeah, that's definitely gonna make you people vote for you, right? If you shake your ass on... What was that supposed to do? Get the gooners to vote for you? What happened here? Genuinely, what happened here?
one of her rallies, which somewhat did not resonate with her audience very well. And you have the general consensus that if it was anyone else running, Trump would have had a harder time winning. I mean, after he won, Biden looked the happiest that he has in a while. And people took note of that. It almost looked like his frontal lobe developed some sort of Attack on Titan regeneration, and now he's fully cognitive again. And then there's the fact you
Bro is happy he no longer has to be president.
kind of didn't see her anywhere else. She wasn't doing press tours like Trump was, who was going to every podcast that would invite him. He would probably even be under the springs of your mattress, trying to convince the cockroaches to vote for him. But Kamala was just nowhere. But then again, a majority of Trump's campaign was just talking pure shit, like it was the epitome of an MW2 lobby.
I'm a pussy that use racial.
He even used her own ads against her, just slapping his name on there.
A loaf of bread costs 50% more today than it did before the pandemic. Ground beef is up almost 50%.
I'm Donald Trump, and I approve this message.
And every time somebody's name was mentioned...
What was she even trying to say with that? Like, no shit. Shit got expensive. What else?
Where he is on somewhat good terms with them. Like on the Joe Rogan podcast, he almost verbatim uses the same line every time.
Perfect. I mean, great pilots, great everything. The president, this group of great people. Everybody up here is great. Everybody up here is very special.
Like a bugged NPC stuck in dialogue.
By the way, Elon is great. That guy is such a great guy.
And of course, the main thing that people used against him was that he's a convicted felon. Probably the first person to win an election whilst being a convicted felon. And probably the first person to have their mugshot go viral and to somewhat turn into a positive...
Right, they memed that mugshot the heck out of it.
...meme helping their candidacy. It just seems like both candidates and their campaigns had some hint of the Looney Tunes world, and viewing it outside the US with no possible impact on us whatsoever. It was hilarious. But the most carnage was on social media, where social media was an integral part of the election, especially Twitter. Yes, I refuse to call it X, because they did not change...
Same, we're in the same boat. Also, did not change the URL.
...the domain name for about a full 2 years after the name change. But you had people screaming and breaking down at the camera, which I've said multiple times I do not understand, because once you realise when they turn off the camera, they're going to immediately have their tears dry up and return to watching, I don't know, police body cam footage, as we all do. And then you just...
I mean, police body cam footage is pretty good. Well, depends on the topic, right? But it's still pretty good. I cannot deny this. Yeah, that chick is crazy. That chick was crazy.
Lose all sympathy whatsoever for them. Like, why would you record your own breakdown and then publish it online? I think a decade ago, if we heard that was a thing, people would be thinking it was pure stupidity. But you had news
Mental illness. If I showed that to somebody 10 years ago, they would think it is mental illness.
outlets around the world laughing at these people.
Good evening and welcome to a program devoted entirely to lefties losing it.
Which we must be at the end game at this point. This is just so surreal, but so funny at the same time. Which, you know, call me a sadist, call me heartless, but there are entire compilations on YouTube with like millions of views of these people crying, so I cannot be the only one. The majority of these people...
They're fun to watch. These compilations are fun to watch. They are really enjoyable. I cannot complain. Joe Biden looks more like more of a friend who's meant to be inebriated with you rather than president. True. All my fellas. Hello, Cad. Hi, how are you doing?
Are crying because they think their rights are going to be completely taken away from some of the things that Trump advertised in his campaign. Things like abortion. I'm pretty sure it's up to the states themselves if they want to ban that, and some leaders of the state are saying they are going to block any bill relating to it. But then you've got the fact he has not even been sworn in yet. We've got a couple more months. So I think a lot can change in that time. But America is a democracy, and by vote, Trump did win. So that's something you really cannot...
Well, technically, the United States is not a democracy, right? It's a republican. It's a republic, right? Technically.
argue with. But then again, I'm from the UK where nothing really happens here, which is why I found this election so interesting.
Oh, why they're crying. They're crying because Trump won. These are meltdowns.
And I think
Oh, come on! Come on, not the shit again. Read? What am I supposed to read? What are you talking about, mortal? The shit is back.
The key point that we can all agree with Trump being president is that he's going to release the Epstein list, or at least he says. That is going to be a can of worms that is going to be opened, and I hope I'm going to be in the room for. But this was a bit of an out of place video for me, but it was something interesting I wanted to talk about, with the amount of videos that were thrust down my throat on my feeds. But don't worry, I'll return to talking about horrific and obscure topics that will make you question your own existence and sanity. But yeah.
I've seen enough. This video was really good. I don't need the shit all the time, though. I don't need the shit all the time. Okay, I'm gonna do something for our boy Deer here, and we're gonna watch 16 Autistic Clowns. I cannot. I don't know. I don't trust this man whatsoever. I think I'm gonna leave it like this actually, so I don't block anything out. Is that the video that you wanted, Deer? Before I end stream? My voice is in the trenches. It's fighting for survival. Hilarious. Alright, 16 Autistic Clowns. Let's get into it. This might be a bit loud. Oh, didn't want to press this.
Guys, heaven is real. And if you don't believe in heaven, guys, you're going to hell. You're gonna be brutally molested by 16 autistic clowns. You're gonna be kicked in the balls every day.
What the fuck?
By Kevin Hart. They're gonna pull your skin back, put salt all over your skin, and kick you in a pit of fucking lava. Believe me, guys. Start believing in heaven. Thank you.
What the fuck did you send me? What the fuck did you want me to watch? What the heck? What the heck? What the heck? Inebriated is how inept is pronounced Pokey. Okay, okay. Man, what did you send me? Then watching We Can Be Heroes. Okay. Wow. That was weird as heck, dude. Watch my say something when they watched We Can Be Heroes. God damn. What is happening? Actually no, I'm gonna end stream here, to be fair. I feel a bit tired for some reason today, so yeah, I'm gonna end stream here. Which means, let me actually turn music down so it's not too loud if I turn it back on. Right, let me switch to my yapping scene. Turn on the music. I spelled the fucking word wrong again. Because of autocorrect. True. Oh man. Yeah. You came a little too late. You came a little too late. But I can keep them for tomorrow. I'm gonna write that down. So I can react to it tomorrow. But yeah guys, that'll be it for today. My voice is actually garbage. I'll be back tomorrow again with another nice little reaction stream, but today that'll be the end. The end. So, bye bye. Take care, guys. I had a lot of fun today. But yeah. Meow. Bye bye, guys. I'll see you tomorrow, potentially.